Chess.com is gonna ban his account for doing this, and he's gonna sue everybody again. Is that what's gonna happen? Okay, so I get Hans here with black in round number 5. Thing is, do I want to go for brokes? If I lose, obviously I'll never hear the end of it. On the other hand, there are the memes. The memes are alive and well, so I'll play somewhere in between. I'll play half memes, half serious. Oh, I'm already being a little bit too solid here. Scared of Hans hardly. It's just that Hans improved a lot, and again, it's a matter of how high the risk factor is in terms of what I'm willing to do. Okay, he's gonna play this one, so I'll go c5, of course. Now, this actually, speaking of this Catalan variation, I did lose in one of my last tournaments that I played before I retired from professional chess and before COVID came along. I played this against it was Nicipiano, I think, in the World Cup. Very ugly game. So, all right, which one do I want to play? I guess I'll play knight c6. There are many ways to play this. Plays queen a4. Knight d5 is a move. Knight b4 is a move. Just a question of which one I want to do. Knight d5 is probably the most traditionally sound. Bishop b4 is kind of a move. It's not the best move. What do I want to do here? I think I'm gonna play knight b4. Probably should speed up a little bit. I'm moving a little bit too slowly here. Yeah, it goes there. I go here. I have knight a5, of course. He can still play knight e5. Okay, he goes to e4. I'll go here, knight b3, of course. Now he plays bishop e3. That is the correct move as far as I recall. I think c5 is still a move here. I think I'll do it. I don't know if it's the right move, but I'm going to keep this knight b3 in my back pocket. e5, ed. Yeah, I don't know if this is right, but I'll do it. Thank you so much to Adios for the Prime. Thank you so much to Adios. Thank you to Michael Atkins for the 9. Thank you to Wizard Guru for the 13. There's a Hernan for the 16. Okay, so I think bishop g4 is correct. I mean, this isn't like winning or anything for me, but I should be fine. Actually, I do kind of wonder if I shouldn't have just gone to f5 right away. Probably I should have gone here right away without provoking h3, because then I keep knight g4. That was a slight mistake by me. Maybe mistake's too strong, but it was imprecise. So I just gave him this extra tempo, which maybe this is a weakness in the endgame. Who knows? Maybe in an endgame, there's like some zugzwang where the pawn on h2, white wins, and on h3 it's losing. But unless I'm Doctor Strange, that almost certainly is not the case. Should have just gone to f5 right away. Okay, it plays g4, logical. This is also why I think it was a mistake. Let's go here. Let's just go here. I mean, you can maybe go knight e5 or something, but this looks bad for white. Now the question is, can I actually grab this pawn on d5? This is a big question. My instinct is probably I can, but do I want to? Okay, let's think. Knight d5, queen d5. Knight g5 is nothing. Knight d2 is the only move he has. Knight d2, queen d7, takes. b5, bishop a8, bishop c4 maybe. I mean, it looks good. It's just a question of whether I want to do it. Do I have other moves that make sense? Rook e8 probably is fine. I'm going to go for it, though. Let's do it. Now he goes knight d2 as expected. Actually, why did I do this? I hope I didn't just blunder. Yeah, I did blunder something, right? Yeah, I just went to the wrong square. Yeah, very careless by me. Yeah, I just went to the wrong square. Now I probably am just lost, right? Yeah, I went to the wrong square. Yeah. I got careless. Went to the wrong square. Ugh. Also, I'm moving way too slowly. I'm playing this way too much like classical chess. I just have to move and pray. I'm playing this way too much like classical chess. Like, this is very, very bad, the way that I'm playing right now. I'm trying to play this like classical, a lot like Grishchuk style. Which is fine if I'm actually being precise, but I'm not being precise. I'm making blunders. Yeah, Queen D6 was the move. I knew it was the move right away, but it happens, whatever. Okay, so let's see. So I can take on D4. Rook A D8 maybe? Let's go here, hit the bishop. Obviously, I'm in trouble here if he plays this correctly, but whatever. Go here. I gotta move. Why am I down to 29 seconds? I'm playing this like I'm Grishchuk or something. This is insane. But Hans is using a lot of time too for some unknown reason. I feel like I'm about to blunder something. Why am I so slow? Why am I so slow suddenly? Yeah, I'm so slow and I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I am gonna lose this game, so I'm moving like at the snail's pace. Yeah, I just blundered that. Yeah, I'm moving way too slowly. I mean, I blundered. If I had gone Queen D6, I was probably equals, maybe slightly better, but I just blundered Knight C4. It's an unfortunate blunder by me. Let me try on the eval. Wait, where was the game? I used way too much time and then I blundered Queen D7. Let me go back to this position. Right here, evaluation. Let me keep going. Yeah, if I go Queen D6 here, I am probably just... Yeah, if I go Queen D6 or Queen D8, it's like -1. Yeah. Why did I take the bishop? Take the bishop where? Where could I have taken the bishop? Could I have taken the bishop somewhere? Washed up? No, I mean, I was winning out of the opening. I just blundered, which is fine. If that's going to happen, I'm not going to be upset about that. Now, if I'd been lost out of the opening, I'd be quite a bit upset. Take the bishop where, though? Which move? I couldn't take the bishop on which move? I mean, because basically after knight c4, it's just lost, right? Yeah, I mean, I just made a one-move blunder by putting the queen on the wrong square. And then Hans messed this up a little bit, though. Like, right around here, this was... I think right around here, there's maybe a chance. Maybe there wasn't a chance. I felt like somewhere around here, maybe I had one brief moment. But maybe it's always just losing, yeah. Lose one game equals wash up. Like I said, if I'm going to blunder, make a one-move blunder, I'm not going to be that upset about it. If I'd been lost out of the opening, I'd be upset. But I could take the bishop on d4. Yeah, I can. Yeah, okay. You guys are saying why not take on d4? Yeah, because we reach a different end game, but this one, the knight blockades the pawn, so white is clearly winning here. This one, there's no counterplay at all. There's no counterplay. It's just completely winning for white. Yeah, like it's just lost. When I blunder queen d7, it's just a one-move blunder. If I go queen d6 or queen d8, I mean, I'm not gonna say I win the game, but I definitely don't lose the game. That's for sure. Bishop g4 was an idiotic move too. I mean, like I said, I never should have done that. If I go bishop f5 here, yeah, bishop f5, and it's also just much better too. Yeah, a little bit careless. Yeah, a little bit too careless, a little bit too sloppy. Also, what the other mistake I made, which was not specific to the moves, was when we got into the position, I took like 30 seconds to go into this. I should have just played this in 5 seconds and then thought here, versus using 30 seconds to try and calculate a long, deep line, because then I just blundered. Hanzi, while keeping out the pressure, I mean, he was just winning. I mean, there isn't really much more to it. I think he actually misplayed it a little bit, because he should have won this game a little bit more cleanly than he did. Let's keep going. Yeah, if I get to this position, like, this is winning. Yeah, I mean, the problem is I have no counterplay. It's just the 2 bishops are too strong. On c4 and c3, they're just way too strong. Lose a game, your odds of qualifying are pretty high generally. If you're in the top or half. Like if you're like an Andrejkin, myself, Fabiano, Grishak, Hans, if you don't lose any games, you're probably gonna qualify. Okay, we should be starting. Let me make sure I have both cams up. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science to know what's going to happen here. Yep. Congrats to Hans, by the way. Hans qualifies. I'm very happy for him. He does qualify here, so big shout out to Hans. He gets the job done. So I'll play en passant. Takes. And alas, the game ends in a draw, and we do secure our place in the knockout portion for tomorrow. Sorry if I'm being quiet, you guys. Just thinking about what I'm going to play against Hans. Just thinking about what the options are. Okay, so here we go. I think both cams are on. Yeah, they are. All right, let's play solid.
Good luck, GMHikaru.
See which one he's gonna play here. Okay, rook e1. I can play h6 and castles here, I believe. All very standard. Knight d2, very normal. Castles. H3, rook e8. Again, all very standard so far. Nothing crazy. Yeah, rook b1. Now there are a couple options here that black can play. I'm trying to think about which one I want to play. b5 is one option. Rook e8 is another option. Rook e8 is what I played actually. So my assumption is that most likely he's going to be ready. So I'm going to play b5. I think he's going to be ready for the main line that I normally play. So I'm going to play a slightly different line here. Now there are a couple moves. Rook b8 is a move. Rook e8 is a move. There are a lot of different options. I'm trying to think which one I want to play. I think I'm going to play rook b8 here. I think this is okay. Unless I'm missing something, but I think it's fine. Rook e8's also a move here. And knight b3, logical. Just gonna go here. Yeah, bishop e3 again. All this stuff very standard. Nothing too crazy. Only question is, how do I want to play this? I mean, I can obviously just trade, and I think I should trade. I mean, there's rook a8 here. I think rook e8 and rook a8, I believe, is correct if I remember this line. Again, very solid, very dry, slow position. e1 makes sense. And queen c8 is a move here. I mean, there's so many options here. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to go for. Queen e6 is a move. Queen c8 is a move. I think I'm going to play queen c8. It's probably not the best move, actually, but I just want to keep it very simple here. Oh, he played king h2. I didn't even see that move on the board. Reasonable. Knight h5. I mean, rook 8, it's always a move. It's a question of whether I want to play it or not. I'm gonna do something a little bit unusual. I'm gonna try to reroute my knight to b6 here. This is not like a standard approach, but it seems different. It seems like it's probably okay. Again, not the standard way of playing this for sure. Goes knight a5. Logical. Now I have knight e7 or knight d8. Both are playable. I mean, knight d8, I mean, I can also take. If I take as he's taking with the rook, I mean, again, very, 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 very slow position. Yeah, this is really not very exciting. I think I'm gonna take. If he okay, takes, I go here, knight b6. Really just not a very exciting position. Anyway you break it down. Although I have to be careful of knight h4 somewhere. I mean, I've got knight b6 here. Knight f8 was also interesting to go to e6 or g6. Maybe that was better. Yeah, he's trying to angle for knight h4. I mean, I see his whole idea here. Knight f8 e6 looks quite reasonable. I mean, it's not necessarily the best way to play it though. I can also just go g6. Knight b6 is interesting as well to go knight a4. 6 knight h4, queen 6 knight f5. Takes. Take 6 rook e6 or interesting. Knight f8 makes sense, but is it the right move? I'm not sure. c5 is also lurking. I suspect I should have gone knight f8 right away. It's probably just a better move than this. Queen d8's a move as well. Not a move that I want to play though. Let's think. g6, rook a7. Knight b6 makes sense. g6. I mean, there's so many moves here that make sense, but I just have to be careful how I do this. My instinct is that knight f8 is the right move, though. It's just my instinct tells me this has to be correct. So I have knight e6 and c5 somewhere in here. c6 was stupid because the pawn wasn't under attack, and I actually only created weaknesses. Like I should have gone knight f8 right away. But now knight h4, I can play g6 because I guard the pawn against this trick. Okay, so he plays c4, which I'm actually, I think, happy to see. Because now I think after takes, I don't think I can actually lose this position anymore. I take, play queen b7. I mean, I think c4 is a mistake. Maybe not mistake, but it makes it where I think I should be able to draw this without too much difficulty. I think c4 was wrong. White's still probably marginally better, but with the structure, him having to play b5 here, hard to see this being a position which white can win anymore. Rook c1. Okay, so yeah, so he's basically going for this end game where he puts pressure on the pawn on c6. Queen b4, trade rook. I mean, that's all fine. I can take and play rook d8, rook a6, rook d3. That's probably a draw, but I don't love it. Rook c8 actually looks okay, I think. Let's go here. Because now I'm threatening d5 as well. Oh, maybe I could have just gone knight e6 and queen b4. Why didn't I just play knight e6 there? Oh, that's so stupid by me. It's still probably a draw, but knight e6 was so much better, I think. I think it was better. Maybe it wasn't, but no, it was just a much better move. Not actually playing this game very well. Move the cursor off the board. 96 I think was just a much better move. Why didn't I play 96? Still would have been a draw most likely, but I think I might have had chances if I played 96 queen 6 queen before. I think I would have had chances maybe to win the game. He goes rook a6, which gives me d5 here or something. Wait a second, this is getting a little bit spicy. Wait, I have d5. I also have 96 takes on queen before now, which also I think is just completely rock solid. Let me think about it. So I go 96, it's fine. d5, queen a2, queen a2, queen b4, 95, queen d4, no, queen d6, f4. Doesn't seem right. Rook a8, no, it doesn't seem right. I think 96 has to be the right move here. Knight h4, d5. No, I'm gonna... This looks correct. Takes, and takes. And I'm in... Now I guard, my knight is jumping, I can never lose. So, yeah, this is completely fine. Still should have played 96 first. Oh, maybe he would have gone... Maybe if I go 96 here... Maybe I play... I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Let's take. Again, not much happening here. This should be a draw. I mean, you can try like queen d7, I guess, but I have a better knight in this position. It's worth noting my knight is much better than his knight. I doubt I can win this, but I feel like I might get chances. All right, it goes queen d7, g6 I think is the right move here. As long as knight h4 doesn't work, I just have to make sure. G6, knight h4, queen d2 even looks good. G6, rook c6, rook d8, queen e7. 7. Don't have a queen d2 move though. I really want to play g6 here. It's just a move. It feels right, but I don't see a way to make it work. Queen a3 is a move. Rook d8 is probably the drawish approach. Rook e8. Queen e7. I mean, oh, maybe I can even go king. No, king f. No, king f8 is insane. So really the question is here, what's the way to force a draw? Queen b6 looks like the move. Rook c6, queen f2, queen d6. Yeah, this must be right. Because rook c6 I just take, and then I have rook c2, and it's very scary. I cover c7. I'm hitting the diagonal. Many ways for white to draw here, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Should have played this other order. Yeah, rook c2 I think is a good move. Is rook c2 actually a good move or not? Wait a second. Seems kind of wrong somehow. Wait, I have knights. Wait, did he just blunder knight c5? Wait a second. Knight c5, queen e7, knight d3, rook c7, rook f8. Wait a second. E7. Knight c5, queen e7, knight d3, rook c7, rook f8. Knight h4. Queen f2. Knight g6, rook moves away. Knight f5 threatens mate in 1. He offers a draw here. I don't think I'm taking it because I have way more time. e7, knight d3, rook c7, rook f8. Knight h4. Queen f2, knight f5. Yeah, there's no way to win that. 5 queen e7. I think I should still no, knight c5 I can't. I think I should just probably just bail it out a little bit here. I mean, it's just a draw, but yeah, it's too risky. I was looking at a line with knight c5, queen e7, knight e3, rook c7. Okay, it goes there, but that I thought was a mistake. Go here. I mean, I'm trying to do something here, basically. Oh, I blundered knight h4. Whoops. That was just a mistake by me. Although I can go... Oh, yeah, I didn't even see knight h4. What the heck was that? Oh, that's just ridiculous by me. Yeah, now I just have to go here and force a draw. There's just nothing I can do. Go here. That was so stupid by me. Ah, so stupid. I guess I'll play d5. Try to open up a center here. And I guess I'll go h5, maybe king h6, maybe g5 somewhere. Again, all roads lead to a draw here, basically. But I'm just going to keep playing because why not? And knight f3, of course. Just, ugh. Unfortunate. Yeah, knight h4 is also a good move that I didn't see. Yeah, I just have to force a draw here. I think I had something for maybe one move. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just go here. And just knight g6, knight e7, just draw the game. I had something for like one move, but it's nothing. Frustrating. I think I had something for like one move. Let me see. Did I have something here? Knight e6, it's not much. Yeah, yeah, I go here. Knight c5 is working or not? G6 is better, whatever, who cares? Alright, let's play something slow. Nothing fancy schmancy. Just keep it very slow and very controlled. That's right, he likes c5. That's right, I forgot that he likes this line. It's bishop e6. It's kind of weird. I guess I'll go here and bishop b2. Now queen e7 makes sense. Obviously go knight d4 again. It's probably not right. Rook c1 looks like the correct move, but yeah, let's go rook c1 and knight d4. My main plan here is just keep the game slow, and if it's a draw, it's a draw, and if I can't beat him in bullet, that's my own fault. I'm not very good at chess. But I'm trying to keep this very slow for that exact reason. Although maybe I had knight a4 there. Bishop d7, interesting. Now I can definitely trade. And play like bishop f3 maybe. No, this is just stupid by me.
I think it's stupid. Maybe not. Wait. Oh, maybe I can go knight b1, knight d2. I also have some weird idea with bishop a6 here. No, maybe it's not so bad. I mean, knight b1's not the... I want to go bishop f3, but I just forgot he had bishop e5 and d4. I mean, he's trying to make some d4 type thing work, I think. That's my assumption in terms of why he's thinking so long here. The thing is, now that I have the time edge, I can also slow down too. I feel like he's looking for a sack or something, but I mean, it just doesn't look like it exists. Bishop e5. Is that wait, I have bishop a3 maybe? a3. I'm gonna go back, so we trade, obviously. What is Hans doing? Why is he thinking so long here? Yeah, he has to go there. We trade. I mean, I assume queen d4 must be the right. Knight e4 logical. I can play knight d2 here. f3 is a move. Knight c3 is also, I think, completely reasonable. Knight d2 is that, so I can't do that. f3 is always a move here, but it's not special. I think knight c3 has got to be the right move. Oh, I didn't see knight g5. Oh yeah, I just didn't see knight g5. That's just a very good move. I just completely missed it. Yeah, now this is going to be a draw probably. I mean, I can't stop him. Yeah, knight e6, and I just missed this. My bishop on e2 naturally is also on the wrong square here, which doesn't help matters. e4. Did I just blunder also? I think I did. Got knight g4, just lovely. What am I doing here? Wait, I have to think. Knight e4 is not a move. Or bishop f1, knight g4. One rook h2. Just absurd what I'm doing. Wait, e takes f4, knight f4. Maybe I have to have d5. Wait, maybe I'm d5. Wait. Okay, if this is no good, it's no good. I'm just gonna go for it. What? Oh, he's got queen g5. Wait. Oh, he just got... I didn't even see queen g5. What the heck? Ah, shoot. I didn't even see that. I mean, what the heck? I just lost my mind. Yeah, I just lost my mind. Lost my mind. I just lost my mind. That's game over. I just lost my mind. Yeah, I just lost my mind. I just lost my mind. I didn't see queen g5. I just didn't see queen g5. I just didn't see queen g5. I spent all my time, and I spent all my time, and I only saw knight f4. Oh my gosh. I just blinded it. I mean, this was so stupid. Queen e5, and I draw the game. frustrating. Oh, it's an unfortunate way to end the day. Yeah, I just blinded it because basically I spent all this time looking at bishop f1 and knight g5 and I thought it was bad, and then I'm like, okay, I can just take because knight f4 is the only move and he has knight d4. Yeah, I just blinded it. Yeah, I just completely blinded it out. Apparently it's still okay. I mean, I missed my window the previous game. I should have won the previous game, but here, if I had realized there was danger, I would have gone queen e5, lock it down, make the draw, no worries. Nah, I mean, I just got careless. I just got really careless. Right here, this is okay. This is fine, but I just go queen e5, queen g3, some d4 just takes, and bishop c4, and just make the draw. No, I got really careless. And queen b4, d4, bishop f1 is, I just want to make sure that I wasn't crazy though. Bishop f1 is losing. Good. I spent all this time on bishop f1, and then like I took, and then I'm like, what the heck, I didn't see this because I only saw knight f4, and it's just lost, right? Okay, computer says I have some weird idea with this and this, but yeah, not meant to be. No, what happened is I just blundered. I just completely blundered. I mean, I just didn't see this idea. I just blundered for a second, and the worst part about it is that I spent all this time looking at bishop f1. I was looking at this line. I wasn't sure what was going on, and it is losing, kind of. No, it is losing. So I spent all the time, and I'm like, wait, I can just take because knight f4. I go d5, and this is fine. Although apparently even this isn't fine. But I thought this was fine, and then he plays knight d4, and I'm just like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? I just panicked. But yeah, and the next time I'll get him, and it's one time. It's frustrating. So I was trying to keep the game under control, and I just blundered. It's worse because it's Hans. If this was Hans like a year ago, that's one thing. Hans nowadays, it's not such a big deal. But Hans winked at the camera, whatever, you guys. I know you're trying to bait me, and that's fine, but I mean, it's one game. It's like I said, it's one game, and he played well, so there's nothing to really be unhappy about. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. Yeah, it's just really unfortunate because I just didn't see this. I only saw knight f4, and I also saw bishop g2. And I was, you know what else? I was up so much time here that I could have used that time. I was up like 30 seconds here, and I did this move right away, which was just, yeah, very bad. No, I didn't resign too early because there's knight f3. I mean, it's just rook d1, queen b4, and I saw it. That's why I got it from my chair, as you guys saw. I mean, like, I saw it coming. But the problem is rook d4 is actually the only move here. And if rook d4 is the only move, I mean, like, yeah, computer says there's some endgame like this. I mean, I should actually kind of feel like a computer might draw this against a human, but yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's my own fault. I got myself in a position where I was completely fine, and then I got careless. I mean, I just got careless. Knight c3 I would not have played, actually. In retrospect, I would have gone bishop d3 and rook d1. This is actually a much more principled approach, but happens. I blundered one move. No, queen e5 was completely fine, but I didn't see d4, and because in the split second when I played queen b4, I didn't use the time, played the wrong move, and then when I use the time here, it's already too late, kind of. I mean, maybe there's something like knight. No, but I mean, there's, I wonder if I'd played knight a4 would have been interesting to see what he would have done. I guess rook f d8's winning, but it's all bad. Yeah. No, I mean, it happens. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate this happened on a different week. I would be much more upset, but like at this point, I mean, it's what it is. He played well, and yeah, that's all you can do. Decent chance, because one of us, I assume, is going to play MSB, but we'll see. We'll see if we get the popcorn ready for Magus playing against Hans. I think there's a pretty high chance that Magus is going to play Hans here, unless Magus gets pushed up and I play Hans, which is also possible. Very hard to judge, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, actually, I think Magus is going to get pushed up to MSB, so probably I'm not going to play, or Magus is not going to play Hans. But we'll see. You know what would be pretty funny is if Magus chose to withdraw here. That'd be really funny if Magus decided just like withdraw. I don't think he will, but that'd be pretty funny if he decided just like not play the rest of the event. Yeah, that would be really funny actually if that happened. Yeah. By the way, the guy I just played is a 13-year-old FM from Iran. Very talented player, by the way. Very talented. He's probably gonna be a GM pretty soon. Yeah. See, Magus plays up, right? So I get Hans. Yeah, that's what I expected. Typical. Okay, I'm not even in the mood. Let's see, what's he gonna do? Which line do I want to play is also a question. I'm gonna play the old one. Gonna play the old line. Let's go here. Of course, h6 is a better line. He goes a4, which is not the best move here, but it is an idea. There's a5 here. I don't actually know why I'm thinking so long. I should probably move a little bit quicker, but whatever. I think there's a line with I think h6 is supposed to be decent here, like b6 and bishop b4. It's all fairly standard. Decent. There's always c5 here. There's also knight e7. I believe knight e7, knight g6 is supposed to be the correct approach here. I mean, there is knight g3, of course. And now c5 is a move here. Knight g6 is also, I think, supposed to be decent. I'm just gonna go knight g6. Bishop b2. I thought this bishop b2 is slightly wrong, but we'll see. Maybe I'm the one who's insane. Who knows? Logical. But now I think there's knight f4. Actually, knight f4, not the actual best move, but it's still completely playable. I could play c4 here at some point, or just bishop c6, or g5, or g6. I think g5 and g6 are both of merit. Just a question of which one's right. I don't know if one of them's right versus one of them is wrong. I could always go c4 here. Spending too long though. Actually, I'm thinking too long. I think step one is I'm going to play this move. Force c4, and now I think I'm going to go g5 and like b6 and king b7 and bishop g7. Let's go here. I don't know if g5 or g6. I mean, it's all kind of the same jam, I should say. I can play h5. I'm going to play h5. I don't know if it's right. Just stop knight g4. I got to pick up the speed though. I'm moving too way too slowly in this game. Logical. Knight f1 makes some sense. Why am I so slow, by the way? Yeah, I'm too slow again. Way too slow. What am I doing? Why did I play that, by the way? That was a stupid move. I don't know what I'm doing. That was stupid. I just gotta move quicker. Gotta move faster. No, I'm not thinking well right now. I'm just moving. I'm like playing too slow. Way too slow right now. I've got to pick up the speed. I'm way too slow in this game. Should probably be. I probably should not lose anymore. I think I was worse there. I think now I'm probably drawing at worst. Yeah, taking the bishop was horrible from Hans. I don't know what he was thinking. That was just a horrible move. I mean, the game's still probably a draw, but it's like there's no reason to do it. Only question is, can I try to win somehow now? But it's a little bit risky to try and win. Goes king h2. I mean, knight f4 is always a move here. Go here. Now the question is, do I move here or do I just wait? And I think I just go here and back maybe. Go back. Not really in the mood to go crazy in this game. Oh, I gave knight d5, which was stupid too. Well, I guess I can just go back. Not worried. I'll just move the rook over. Go here and take, I guess. I have g4 maybe. Yeah, I think g4 must be right. Don't like the way I played this game though. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like the way I play this. I play this very, very poorly, but let's go here. Here. I really shouldn't be able to lose here. It's just a question of whether I can win. But again, it's very hard to win. Even though I have a good knight versus a bad bishop. Yeah, I mean, it's just very hard to win. And try to trade. I mean, it's risky going for the win with rook d8. Very, very risky. I mean, I want to try to win this, but I think it's actually just too risky. So I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to chill and ask him what he wants to do. Let's go like here. Okay, now my king gets over though. No, I think Hans is messing this up. I think I'm actually maybe getting chances now. No, I think I might get a chance to win now. It's still a draw with correct play, but here. Knight d4 is a move, but it's still very hard to win. There's no good rerouting of the rooks. I mean, whatever. I'm just fine. Whatever. Draw is a draw. That's life. There's no way to win here. It's just what it is. Yeah, it's just a draw. Not very happy. I mean, I could have played rook g4 and try. I mean, maybe I had knight d4. No, it's just a draw. Apparently I'm better after rook e8. Maybe. Yeah, whatever. That's what it is. No big deal. Yeah, nothing really that I could do. Nothing that he could do either. I mean, he just played a very drawish opening. That's what it is. Yeah. They both tried. I mean, it's more like neither of us actually tried. It was, yeah, it's just what it was. I mean, because the line that I thought about playing was somewhere around here. I thought about playing like I thought about playing a knight d4. Let me get the right exact position. Actually, it was already after here. No, but I mean, I never have a chance because knight d4 you can take and go rook c. Ah, he's got c5. Yeah, it's just too risky. Yeah, it's just too risky to go for it. Doesn't matter, but yeah, couldn't beat a random 2600. Like I said, I had black pieces and he played a drawish line. What do you want? It's what it is. No, I'm not gonna be like super mad about it. Like, I had black, it's a draw, it's what it is. Wasn't in the mood to play something insane. And you know, actually I should have played a6. I should have played a6, but if I play a6 and I lose the game, then it's gonna lead to some stupid video that Levy does that gets like 2 million views. So why do I want to do that? There's no reason to do that. Like, literally no reason. Actually, no, I was gonna say, you know, it's funny actually, speaking of Hans, I was gonna say something. You know, it's funny, Hans was the guy who literally said in an interview that all the people who can't make it as players are the ones who like go into streaming and everything else. He literally said that. And it's hilarious because in reality, with what Hans did, the person that he elevated, of course, I don't even care. I do not care. What's gonna happen? Chess.com is gonna ban his account for doing this, and he's gonna sue everybody again. Is that what's gonna happen? Let's go queen d4. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna get another game in. Yeah. Of course, Hans late joins. I knew this would happen. I knew this was gonna happen, by the way. Yeah. I had a feeling this was gonna happen too. Knight c3 not best, by the way, but who cares? They need a Lion TNT for the subscription. Let's go. Okay, queen d2 is completely fine. I can just trade and go bishop f1. Don't actually know which square is best, c1 or d1. I think I'm gonna go to d1. I think c1's actually better, but I don't care. Drop the bishop back, of course. I can just play bishop h6 here, or queen e3 somewhere. It was knight c5, which is a little bit dubious, but it's not terrible. Actually, I put the bishop on the wrong diagonal here. Let's just go here. Goes e6. Just take. This looks kind of wrong, but I don't know why it's wrong. This is wrong, but I don't know why. Let's just go. I guess I'll check. I don't know which check is right. e5. Wow, that is a rather shocking move to me, honestly. I did not expect that move. Okay, what am I doing? I just gotta pick up the speed now. Let's go queen d2. I'm obviously sacking the rook on d4 next turn. I don't actually know if this is any good, but I just don't care. Oh, does he have bishop d5 in between? He might. Whatever, let's take and take. I don't actually know if this is good, by the way, but I don't care. Knight c3, rook d1. f5 loses to f4, of course. Queen a5, logical move. There's rook e3 here. There's rook d1. There's also f4. Not that I care. Oh, what's the right one? There's also b4. I know this is probably winning for me, but like proving it is not easy. Wait, what? Why am I thinking so long as well? Yeah, I'm thinking too long here. Why am I so slow suddenly? Let's think. I guess let's go here. Trade, not a big deal. Slightly wrong, but who cares? Slightly, I made a slight mistake, but doesn't matter. There's also bishop d3 as well. I should probably not talk so much though. I shouldn't talk so much because there's a good chance that he's probably watching. Go here, go here. I think he made some mistakes though. Definitely made some mistakes. I think for a moment there he might have been much better, but also takes. Wait. I mean, I've got so many pawns here that this can't possibly be bad. Actually, it's probably not winning though. Let's go f4 here. I thought I could take, but he's got rook g5, which I of course missed. Probably just a draw here. Time situation not ideal though, I just realized. Yeah, I got to pick up my speed here. The time situation's a slight problem. I could go f5 here. I mean, this is obviously just a draw. If I why am I so slow though? Again, I'm too slow. I don't know why I'm so slow. It's just a draw. I was winning this game at some point, but who cares? Yeah, who cares? I'm not gonna waste my time. Okay, Problem is the time. That's a big issue I have here. I've just got to make the draw. I don't have time. That's the main issue here. Oh, did I blunder this? It's still a draw. Checkmate. Let's keep going. Next game. I don't know what that was. Whatever, it's a draw. I can live with that. I mean, I was probably winning and losing. Could have gone either way. That game could have gone either way. Go here, play rook d1. I don't even know what I'm doing again. I'm just what am I doing? Like, I'm not even thinking. I'm just not thinking, basically. I'm just moving too fast and not thinking enough. I blundered this. Yeah, why am I moving so I'm like moving like a complete insane lunatic, and I don't know why. Like, I'm literally moving like every move in like half a second. What's wrong with me right now? Just ridiculous. Every move I'm just going like complete like psycho mode. And I don't really know why. It's like, doesn't matter who I play either. 2000, 2500. Doesn't matter. It's just like psychotic what I'm doing at the moment. Yeah, like even here, and now I slow down when it's too late, of course. What am I doing? Come on, you gotta move. Yeah, see, like now I'm slowing down when it's like already. Wait, what's that? When it's way too late. Wait, what is Hans doing here? Oh great, now I just blundered. Did I actually unbelievable. It's just a draw. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Yeah, every game right now, just not, no, I'm not playing very well at the moment, unfortunately. Also, I think I'm playing too many end games, which is kind of a serious mistake right now. Playing too many games where I get into end games too quickly. Too many games which are getting into end games way too early. Oh, that was a blunder too. Oh, and now I played a fudge. Yeah, I'm having a bad day in this arena. Not finding a lot of moves that matter. Yeah, it's no point. A lot of games today where I'm just throwing. I got to find like a mental set. Go E4 here. Keep rocking and rolling. Win is +6 here, quite a lot actually. Yeah, he was donating, I feel like, cash games too, but I could be wrong in that. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's just play something boring. Something boring, nothing super exciting. I'll play queen e2 here. Not the only move that's playable, but the move that I'm gonna play. Let's go here, bishop g2. Actually, knight d1's a mistake. I just realized knight d1 is a mistake. I should not have played knight d1, but whatever. Show goes on. Let's play here. e5 I think is a mistake by Hans, just for anybody who's wondering. Okay, I think I'll just go d3. I could play c3 somewhere too. Han's very, very slow here, by the way. Logical. I mean, I kind of want to play c3. I think I'm gonna go c3 here to chip away the structure. He'll probably go c5. Now I'll castle. The main reason that I'm doing this is because now castling queenside becomes very, very difficult with this position kind of opening up a little bit. Logical. I think I'll just go c4. Probably not best, by the way, but I'll do it anyway. Let's go a3. Not necessary, but reasonable. Go b3. Logical. I could play bishop g5 here, and bishop d2, which makes some sense. f4 also makes some sense too, but I think I'm just gonna go for this. Drop back. I'm also talking too much, by the way. I just realized. Logical. Go f4. I'm kind of playing this a little bit dubiously, but position's completely fine, by the way, but it's not really the dream per se. There's rook f8, which I think is wrong, by the way, because now I have rook e1. I mean, I can always go f5 and probably draw the game. I don't really want to, though. I guess I'll play here. Now I think I'm gonna go f5 here. It's not the move that I should play probably, but I could go f5 g5 g4 maybe, which is no, that's stupid. What am I smoking? Let's just go f5. West Coast. Probably just a draw here. Yeah, now the king side is kind of clogged like a toilet, like an overflowing toilet bowl. Actually, that sounds actually when I say it that way, that makes it sound pretty disgusting, so I should be careful what I say. Let's go here, rook b1. Okay, basically this position I'm better. I don't know if I'm gonna win, but I'm better. I'm better just because he has one weakness on this side of the board, and the queen side is not completely closed. Yeah, I don't know why I just said that, but I did. Let's just go. Yeah, I made that sound really, really disturbing. Let's go here on bishop g2 at some point. Knight h3 should be fine because I'm still guarding the pawn. I think I'll go here on bishop e2. Just go here, cover everything. I mean, I can't lose this position. It's really just a question of whether I can win. Like, can I find a way to break through on the queen side down the road or not? If I could put this knight on b5, I'd have chances. It goes b6. Yeah, so now what I need to do is I need to find a way to open up the queen side if I can. Actually, I might have some b4 here somewhere. If I could put this knight, where do I need this knight in order to break through? I think I have an idea. I have an idea in my mind. Although it doesn't do anything. So what am I? No, it doesn't do anything. It's the only square. How do I get the knight here? He goes a4, which I actually did not expect him to play. I could play b4 here. It's a move. I could obviously take. I did kind of slightly mess this up, but whatever. Let's just go like here. Now I'm gonna reroute the bishop basically. I can also go a4. I mean, a4 is a move that I kind of don't really want to play here, but I think I'll play it anyway and go rook a3. Guard the pawn. This isn't really how I wanted to play this position, but it's still fine. I go like queen b1, making sure there are no sacrifices here. Wait, does this hang a pawn? There's knight g5 maybe with knight e6, which might actually be okay. King g2, knight d1, queen d1. Probably that's winning actually. Wait, let me think for a second. Knight g5, knight g4, knight e6, takes, king g2. But I don't really trust it enough, so wait, I've got to move though. I'm moving a little bit too slowly also. Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm just kind of misplaying this whole game, I feel like. What am I doing? I'm so worried that I'm gonna hang a pawn somewhere in here by accident. I mean, what even am I doing here actually? That was a mistake too. Oh, whoa. Oh my, oh my God. What am I doing? Oh my God. I just went insane. Oh my God. I just went insane. I just went completely insane. What the heck? I threw that. That's unfortunate. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. That's pretty frustrating considering that I was just maneuvering the whole game and I blundered it. Okay, so basically we're going to be back in our regular situation where I don't play Arena Kings. First Wesley, now Hans. This was also great once upon a time, wasn't it? The death of streaming, as you could say. Legitimately, I feel like this is like this is the problem. It goes from like it goes from something that was so great conceptually to something that's just like so silly now. I guess H4 is probably fine. Just not even interested in this game, honestly, at this point. Renato lost a streak though, so maybe I should care. Go F3. Didn't I do this? I did this against Andy Woodward earlier and I got a garbage position, so why am I doing it again? H5, a fairly serious mistake by Hans, but it's still probably completely fine for him. Don't really want to trade. Can obviously trade and just make a draw. Let's see what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. I'll just go here. Just very equal. Not very exciting at any rate. D5 is maybe a move here. I'll do it. Take E6. Go here, maybe knight F4 to hit the pawn. Okay, knight E5 is an interesting move. Doesn't feel quite right somehow, but maybe go here and press the knight. I'm up on clock at least, but not super enthused. Why am I playing? Would you rather that I just resign the game on move 1? I don't understand the question exactly, but whatever. Just go back. I'm gonna go G3 here. Don't know if it's good or bad. Doesn't really matter either way. Oh, maybe I had G4 actually. I think I'm just gonna correct my mistake and play G4 now. Baby burn. Burn. Burn, baby, burn. I mean, G5 is a move here if I want it. Trying to come up with a move here. Takes and Rook G1 also makes sense. So Rook G6, maybe Knight B6 an idea down the road. I wonder if I can go F4, but it doesn't really look right. Just a draw. Who cares? It's all just a draw. What's my score? I don't care. Could have made a draw move 10 rather than waste all day on that. I was better there for a second, but maybe if I had gone G5 instead of GH5, it was maybe better. Maybe small edge, but nothing special.
Alright, let's go E4. Let's see if he's going to play the same thing. Calculate the angle of the sun is something, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. He assumed he's on planet Earth. Who's on planet Earth? Probably goes C6 or C5, yeah. I'm going to play something ridiculous, as always. Bishop E7 is an interesting choice. Not the main line, by the way. Normally they put the knight on C6. I don't think G5's ever a move here either. I think E5's... Somewhere in here, E5's an idea too.
Go here, trade. All very standard, all very boring, of course. E5 is a move, by the way. I'm gonna go for it. I'm just kind of curious to see what's happening after E5. I think this is okay. Oh, he goes there. I was worried about knight G4, bishop F4 and something, but he goes knight D5. Let's go here then. I could play C4 here. I don't actually know what I'm doing this game. I'm playing this a little bit dubiously, shall we say. Probably gonna go A3 and C4 somewhere. Knight C4 was actually, I think, the best move. I have a feeling it was better than what I just did. I don't like H5 actually. Now I do have bishop E4. I also have bishop G5. I'm just gonna go A3 and C4 maybe. I'm gonna go for C4 just to kick the knight away. I don't think it actually is doing anything special though. That's the problem. Go here maybe. Oh, I hung a pawn by accident too. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I just hung a pawn without really paying attention. Slight mistake for me. That was really sloppy. Okay, time to reset. I'm still probably okay because I have the two bishops, but I actually just forgot that I was hanging H4 there, or I would have gone knight D2 back. Yeah, I'm kind of misplaying this fairly seriously. Ridiculous. I also forgot that he could go G5, G4. I thought I could just take the pawn at F7. I missed rook F8. It's not a great position that I have here, but it's still acceptable, I think. We'll go A4, A5. C4 is also an option, but I'm thinking too long. Like with a lot of games recently, I'm simply a little bit too slow, kind of. Slow is maybe the wrong word, but I'm a little bit too hesitant. Like a lot of these games I've played so far today, they've been okay, but they've been a little bit on the edge. Okay, I can go A4, A5 maybe. I'm just gonna go here. No, I'm playing really poorly this game. Yeah, this has just been a bad game for me. Goes G3. 95 I think was winning. G3 is okay. I feel like I still have chance if I can find a couple of moves, but finding moves here is easier said than done, and I'm not doing a good job of it. Guess I'll go here. Yeah, hanging that pawn at H4 is just ridiculous. I just had to go back. It's like D2 or H2. Goes F5. It's a move, but it's... It's a move, but I feel like it's not quite best. Logical. I guess I go... Yeah, but I mean, do I have a trick with knight F5 maybe? Wait, knight F5 takes, E6 takes. 3. Gotta move, I've gotta move. I just gotta go. Too slow. Wait, Hans just blundered for no reason. Wait, what did he just do? Did he just miss something? What was that? No, he just blundered. Okay, now I'm very much back in the game if I can actually find some good moves, but I gotta focus. Logical. Let's go here to hit the knight. I should be better here, but again, like I'm no, not rook f6. Wait, I do have queen b5 maybe. Expected that too. Wait, that's not a move. What am I doing? I mean, I can obviously sack. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got the win. 9 out of 9. Good stuff. Let's keep going. Oh, I get Hans. How very unexciting. 20%, 2 months acceptable. 20% is great. Very unexciting. Let's have some fun. Play knight f3. Yeah, it's one of the more I think bishop e2 is correct here. This is one of the new age approaches with like queen b3. This is not supposed to be great for white, but I think it's acceptable, so I remember. I believe h4 h5 is correct. I played this against Fabiano actually in the Chessable Masters event. Castle. This could of course work out poorly, but who cares? Actually, I think I'm supposed to play h5 h6. Choo choo eyeballs, he says. Wait a second. I think I go here. Hey, please come together. This probably is no good, by the way, what I've done. Most likely this is nonsense, but who cares? Doesn't matter that much. I'm wondering if I can triangle 95. I'm wondering if I can also move my knight, maybe. Like rook d1 and move the knight or something. I think I'm gonna go here. And then move the knight, maybe. I'm gonna go here on f4. It's probably not very good, by the way, but it's interesting. Doesn't look quite right, but it could be acceptable for black. I could go king a1 to play b3, but it doesn't look quite right. Queen d3 actually. Oh wait, then he's got queen b6. Yeah, I've kind of flubbed this a little bit. Yeah, I flubbed this. I'm obviously not doing great here. Oh, f4 is a blunder. What am I smoking? Yeah, I have not played this particularly well. I don't know what I'm doing. Bum 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 bum. I still have e5 somewhere though. Go here, attack the knight. Might be okay here though. Knight a3, just queen b2. There's also a big threat, knight d5 to lolly him. Wait a second. Do I have knight b1 here? Wait a second. Knight d5 is no good, but do I have knight b1 is a question. Knight b1, bishop f6 takes. Knight b1, bishop f8, just trade knight a3. Okay, let's think for a second. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, we're just gonna lolly him. This will make a great thumbnail, right? Hans Niemann gets lolly mated. Yeah, I just busted. He's looking for some trick, but I don't think knight b3 I just take. Just take. Logical. Okay, he's trying to find some way to keep the game. Now, obviously I'm winning, but I still do need to actually be shockingly, I need to be kind of precise still. Yeah, actually e5 is a very good move. I didn't even realize you could do that to try and save the game. Could play rook h1. Why not? It's really a cheesy move to play, but again, all I need to do here is put my pieces on the right squares and I'll win the game. Of course, I'm trying not to do that. Just play f3. Just gonna try to reroute the knight probably. Key here is just getting this bishop on g3 back in the game. Once I do that, I win. Okay, now goal is bring the bishop back. Oh, I just blundered bishop f6. What the heck? That's bad. Still good at bishop d4, but that's pretty poor from me. Yeah, I blundered that bishop f6 idea. I'm a rocket man. A rocket man. I don't know why I did that either. Wait, don't I have this? The man they think I am. I have rook d7. Takes. Just no nonsense here. Okay, Hans. Bye-bye. Okay, we got the win. Okay, I get Hans of all people. That's pretty funny. Oh. I have to win though, right? Yeah, I don't care. No content, boys. Content's not on the menu for today. Is he gonna play d6? Is he gonna try? He could. No, he's not gonna try. He's gonna be happy with it. No content is on the menu, boys. No content. He could play d5 and try here, but it's already a little bit late. So if he's gonna try after a4, he should have played d6. Yeah, no content. No content. Content's not on the menu for today, boys. Content's not on the menu. Oh, I get Hans. Oh, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna stall out. He's gonna stall out. He's gonna stall it out. Oh, that's very disappointing. He's gonna. This is like the most anticlimactic thing I've ever seen in my life. It doesn't matter. The game doesn't count. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's pretty funny, actually. The only question is, I mean, how do I have so many fewer games than the other players? They have 17 versus 21. Yeah, I'm not even gonna hang a piece, because then because he's so silly, he's gonna say, see, I was up a queen against him, he didn't resign the game even though he should have. So like, I'm literally not gonna move. Yeah, like if I hang a queen on purpose, you're gonna see some tweets saying, see, I was winning and he has no sportsmanship and he doesn't resign when he's down a queen. I can't win because I can't win because he can stall it out. Yeah. Yeah, I know if he's gonna stall it out or I'm gonna stall it out or who's gonna stall it out. It really doesn't matter. Someone's gonna stall it out. Oh no, it's not about stalling being wrong. Of course, there's nothing wrong with stalling at all. It's just kind of really anticlimactic that I only play him at the very end of the arena after all the games are basically done. Yeah, nothing I can do. Yeah, nothing I can do. And now you're gonna see a bunch of draws. Oh, but you know what can happen? But you're not supposed to make 50 draws. I mean, whatever. You're not supposed to make 50 draws. Jose's gonna try to get like 3 draws. Jose's gonna try to get 3 draws in the time it takes. Yeah. Nothing wrong with stalling. Yeah. Is Jose going to get the 2 draws required? That's the question. Is Jose going to get his 2 draws? Who's Jose playing? He's playing a 300. What the heck? Let's watch Jose's game, see if Jose can get there. Checkmate. Okay. Yeah. Jose is gonna win, I think, because he has more games, right? I think Jose wins with more games. No? Oh, Jose, what's tiebreaker? Yeah, he didn't get the draw. Yeah, he got the win, but he didn't get the draw. Well, that's disappointing. Get your head in the game. This game doesn't count. Like, if I got a winning position, he would have stalled out. If like whoever gets a better position is just gonna stall out. I might play Hans. Yeah, I do get him. Would have been nice to get him in the first one, not this one, but whatever. See if I can find some rhythm though for a change. I mean, I actually don't know what to play, so I'm just gonna go e4. Go here. Yeah, f5. I go e5. Did I blunt? Oh wait, no, I didn't blunder. Everything's guarded. I don't really know if I'm taking the pawn at h7, but it's definitely a try. Oh wait, 90. Yeah, I'm actually blind again. This is really annoying how blind I am at times today. Like I thought I could go knight e3, but that just hangs a pawn for no reason. Although I do have bishop c6 maybe. Takes, bishop a2, bishop e8, bishop b1. Okay, who cares? I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna take, and then I hope I'm not blundering, because I could very easily be blundering something here. He takes that one. Take this one. He takes that. Ah! What is that? What is that? Jesus. You guys see that? I mean, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, no comment on that. Go g4 here. Takes, which is interesting. I have queen h7. I also have queen g4 and e6 f5, but I don't really like it. I think knight g4 is a better move. Maybe I just take. Let's just take this one. Also, why am I so slow every game? I just realized I'm down on time every freaking game right now. Like, why am I so low on time every game? Am I just moving that slowly today? Yeah, am I actually just moving that slowly? Like, I might just be moving that slowly. Like, yeah, I feel like I'm just maybe moving that slowly. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, every game I'm down. Like, I was way down against Renato. I'm way down on clock here too. Like, yeah, like every game I'm just super slow for some reason. I just realized, like, what the heck is going on? I'm gonna go here, knight f3 maybe. I have knight g5, but I think I'm gonna go here on bishop h4. I don't really like h4, but I'm gonna play it anyway. I'm too slow again. Why am I so slow every game? Come on, pick up the speed. Jeez, I don't have time. Yeah, I just don't have time here. Still have knight g5. And now I'm probably winning. Yeah, I think I'm just winning now. Oh no, he's got king d7, which I missed too, of course. Wait. See, I thought I was winning, and then it's like I just... Yeah, I just messed this up too. There we go. Next game. Time to change the username, bro. Let's keep going. The next game, let's go. Oh, I get Hans again. Shame I couldn't get him in the first one. Okay, plays d4. Yeah, the main thing is I gotta move faster. I'm too slow right now. I'm just gonna play normal chess. Takes. Go check. I mean, but see, this is where it's heading towards a strategy game, right? This is the problem. It's headed towards strategy. I'll go here. Yeah, you guys are saying I should make it a fast game. I mean, I'll go here. I don't know. I think it's, I mean, Bornik's winning this arena is the problem, but whatever. Go here on b4, I guess. I always have e5 somewhere too. I don't know. I'm gonna actually believe people here and try to go for something fast, even though this might be wrong. Let's go here. I mean, I don't know if this is right or wrong. It's very hard to judge. I don't really know what's right. Knight h5 is a good move that I kind of missed. I'll go here so I can play g6. Probably go g4 if I had to guess. You can't see a file? What do you mean? You guys can see everything. You can see H and you can see A. Come on, stop trolling me. Okay, whatever. Let's just go here. No, I can't go knight b7. Knight c4 maybe is a move. F5 is also why am I so slow every game? Why am I so slow every game? What the heck is wrong with me? I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna trust my instinct. It's too slow though. Every game I'm just too slow. I don't know why. It's every game. It's not just one game. It's every game. I'm down 30 seconds on the clock every game basically. Goes h4. Okay, my knight is the problem. My knight needs to be on a better square. Let's just go here, I guess. Doesn't do anything is the only problem. I'll go here. Maybe knight c6 next move. I mean, I'm wondering if I should offer a draw because the match, the score situation. I'll go here. Take with a king. Yeah, logical. I'll go here. And it's just going to be a draw, basically. I goes g5, and probably should just offer draw here. Fine. I mean, I can go a4. No, I'm just going to wait. a4, b4, h. So risky. Whatever, just wait. Oh, he can play b4 now. I lose the game probably. Yeah, he can go b4 now. I have nothing. Oh my god, I suck. I didn't even see that he could play b4. That's ridiculous for me. Yeah, I completely missed that. I'm probably still okay here, but that was pathetic by me. I'm gonna offer him a, oh, I was gonna offer him a draw, but he played e4, which I did not expect. Okay, wait a second. Okay, why am I so slow again? I'm just so slow every game, and it's starting to actually like annoy me. I'm gonna offer a draw. Okay. Now I blundered rook b8 also. Yeah. Move. What am I doing? Yeah, I mean, what am I doing? I mean, I wasted like 10 hours there to do that. On the bright side, it takes Hans out of the running. Next game. Not a good pairing either. That's also just a blunder. My speed just is not there today. I mean, it's also a blunder too. What am I doing? Rook d8's also a mistake. Yeah, nothing I'm doing is good right now. No, I blundered that too. There we go. Okay. That might be the best game I've played this entire day, by the way. Another bad pairing against Hans. And I always play badly against this line against Daniel, so I don't necessarily expect this to be different. No idea. I don't know. I'm just gonna move. That's a good move that I missed. Oh, I'd rook 8. No, I didn't have rook h7, or I did. I don't know. Of course he finds that, which is the best move by a mile. I don't care. He can make a draw. I don't care. That's fine. I mean, I'm getting cooked like a goose there. A draw is fine. I'm getting cooked hard there, so I'll take the draw. I was completely lost in that game. Oh, is Hans trying to play me? I think he is, right? Oh, I blundered that too. Nice. Nice. It was a huge blunder as well. There we go. Next game.
And now for something completely different.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the final weekend of the SCC. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm here once again with Grandmaster Christian Chirilla. Christian, how are you doing?
Good morning, Fiona. I'm doing well, rested and ready for the action. It's going to be fast and furious. We have Hans versus Hikaru. I cannot wait.
The two of them, much like yesterday, Hans went down, if you weren't here, Hans went down in the semifinals to Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru unfortunately lost to Alireza. Alireza yesterday, what to say, he was just a better player. Hikaru acknowledged it in the interview. Even Magnus in his own interview talked about how impressed he was with the play by Alireza. So unfortunately, Hikaru for the first time is not in the Speed Chess Championship finals, but he's playing for third place against Hans. And Christian, this match certainly has some spice to it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. These two players obviously have a lot of history. Hans has made his feelings quite obvious in the last couple of interviews that he's given to chess.com and to all the media. Obviously, these two players don't like each other. And I think both of them are very determined to put their best foot forward and try to win this one.
Absolutely.
And you can see it. Look at them. Look at them right now. Hans is
know.
eyeing Hikaru. Hikaru is having the fan on.
I was already laughing about the fan. I mean, both players' hairs are flying gloriously in the air.
Yeah, it's a very funny scene. It looks great. Shout out to Jaron once again for making this scene happen. The players are not facing each other, in fact, but it does look like they are. It's a pretty cool scene.
Both of them just trying to get in the zone right now. The match should start any minute now. Let's remind everyone maybe who wasn't here. Oh, already we get some discussions. Not sure what's going on. Let's forget our first discussion yesterday, Hans. I didn't get to the bottom of it. I mean, there was a technical malfunction. At some point, his mouse was not working. That game was voided.
I like Tection, by the way. It's like a tech issue combined together. Or a tech malfunction, whatever you want to put it.
Yeah, I think I was trying to combine the words.
From now on, we put that in the Webster dictionary.
Absolutely. What happened in the end, I still don't know. When there were 2 minutes to go, what was the issue there? I never really found out. Anyway.
I think there was some lag with the mouse. That was basically
again,
what Hans was mentioning. Yes,
the mouse, yeah.
He was saying that it feels, Magnus, obviously, he has the famous phrase stuck in the mud when he was talking many years ago. By the way, I think
before the acquisition. 5 years ago,
way many years ago, way before the acquisition. I would say maybe even 10 years ago, maybe a decade ago. He was saying that it feels like you're stuck in the mud. I think this was kind of the sentiment that Hans was trying to echo in his complaints.
So let's see today. Hopefully there are no tech issues. They can always happen. I mean, we had our own lot of tech issues here in the broadcast with the lag of the moves coming in. So fingers crossed that will be solved. We see Hikaru, he already has the double headphones on. He said yesterday in the interview it's not the most comfortable. Hans is just getting ready there. And yeah, Hans, he took the loss yesterday, I think, quite well. I wasn't sure whether we'd hear from him, but he did tweet something along the lines of, there is no excuses, for losing.
Of course.
He'll be back.
Of course. I mean, there's absolutely no reason for him to try to shy away from the controversy. He's embracing it. He has embraced it since basically his career took off. So yeah, he's not going to shy away from any of those type of Twitter exchanges. And we've seen that yesterday. He embraces that because that creates attention. And the attention is something that he wants.
Oh, and we just saw, I think, a handshake there between the two players.
Oh, wow.
Which,
Hans Hans stood up, went and
Yeah.
shook Hikaru's hand. That's a bit unexpected. I'm not going to lie. I mean, if there was an over/under on whether they're going to shake hands, I would have probably go with the under.
And now the players are getting up. I don't know if we can see another view as to where they're going. Maybe a last minute, I was gonna say interview, but I doubt it. I mean, the players were already, it looked like in the zone. They were getting ready.
He's got to wash
fight.
his hand. Maybe.
I
I
have
don't
to
think
say,
it
you know, as I said yesterday, I don't think everything Hans has done or said is good, far from it. But he clearly wants, you know, to become one of the best in the world. I have no doubt that he is working hard, and I think. Oh, and we see Mr. Bigfoot there. We're
Okay.
now behind the scenes. Maybe the players are gonna walk in more spectacularly, or I have no idea what's going on.
Perhaps they're going to be called on the stage.
Yeah,
That
I
would
thought-
actually make a lot of sense, right? It doesn't make any sense that you can just like stroll in. You should be
Exactly.
announced.
I even wondered, I think I read in the chat yesterday that they even had like walk-on music or something.
Yes,
I
that's
hope the
that's how it
players
should
got
be.
to pick their own song, you know. I think that would add a nice touch.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I was actually thinking about that. And what would be your walkout song?
You know, it's not the first time that I've been asked this, and I think the last time I didn't have an answer. I would go with something along the lines of Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. Something a bit old school, a bit rock, I think.
There it is. There it is.
Or
We have
maybe
Hikaru.
Thunder by AC/DC, something along the lines of that, I think. What about
I like that. I like that. Oh, that's a good question. I've been recently listening to Tool, so I would probably go Tool Invincible. Do you know Tool?
No, I'm not familiar with them. I'm gonna have
Check them out.
to look into
They're
them.
pretty decent.
I'll look into them. And there we see the players did their walk in. They are now both getting ready. Headphones are coming in, and I have to laugh. The way Hans put on his headphones is like the Terminator or something. He looks. I've rarely seen, you know, such determination. But it looks like there is another issue before we start.
Some more problems, yeah?
One final.
Hans is mentioning something to the arbiter right now. Perhaps he's just trying to get the final clues from the arbiter and from the technical team.
I mean, he must really feel like he's in the lion's den. He has made no secret of, you know, thinking that chess.com have, you know, wronged him in his opinion very seriously. So playing in that environment, I can
And he
imagine
mentioned,
that
I mean,
it's
Hikaru
not
mentioned it
easy.
yesterday also,
Yeah.
right? He said that basically it's a very awkward situation. There's three players that are very much okay with each other. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's the competitive spirit, but they respect each other and they've been around each other for quite some time. And there's one that pretty much nobody likes, in the words of Hikaru. So obviously Hans is feeling like he's, you know, distrusted perhaps.
You know,
by
that's what
everybody
I
else.
was gonna get at earlier. What I like to see Hans get up and go to shake Hikaru's hand. I think at some point, you know, if he wants to be in the chess world, if he wants to become one of the best, he complains all the time about not getting invitations. I think he will have to go on a little bit, I don't want to say redemption arc, but he will have to at some point, you know, I think change the attitude a little bit. And I think the sooner the better. Did they start? Do we have a game? Should
Let me
we
try to
refresh?
let me try to find the games. Just going to follow Hikaru. Let's see if we can do that. Boom, there we go. Games have indeed
Okay.
started.
So
Here
Hikaru
we
starts with the
go.
white pieces.
White pieces for Hikaru in the first game of 5+1. And he takes a page from Magnus. He's playing these cagey openings, B3, G3, E3. He's not looking for a theoretical fight. He believes that Hans probably has something in store for him. He just wants to play a normal game of chess and outplay his opponent. He believes he's the better player, perhaps for a good reason, and definitely he will be trying to show that with his opening choice.
And I think, Hans, yesterday, the score against Magnus in the end, it was severe at a point. Then he got this streak of winning games in the end, but I think his openings were actually okay. There was no opening where he got in trouble right out of the opening. So I think it's a good idea by Hikaru to, not test, at least for now. Of course, he can always mix things up, but not immediately start by testing Hans's openings.
Absolutely. No, look, to be honest, the match between himself and Alireza, I do think it was lost in those time scrambles. So if he can manage to play better in the time scrambles, and to be honest, kudos to Alireza, as you mentioned at the beginning of the show, he played an absolutely incredible match. And especially in those time trouble situations. And Hikaru was mentioning it, Magnus mentioned it as well in his post-match interview. So definitely people have noticed that Alireza is just simply really, really good whenever he drops down to the last few seconds.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow is gonna be a big one, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, Hikaru played this double fianchetto.
I like it.
Structure is still symmetrical. What are those arrows indicating?
Well, basically, I'm thinking of ideas of bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen to g4, targeting both g7 and the bishop. You have to be careful, obviously, whenever you're giving up the light square bishop. Now, another idea would be knight to d3 and knight to f4. Knight d3 targets a bishop and then targets the other bishop from f4. So there's a lot of ideas that you can try to implement and try to juggle with as white to try to get an opening advantage. What black needs to do right now is to exchange the dark square bishop. If you manage to exchange, oh my goodness, look at that. Double question mark. And this might actually be a really bad move after queen to g4, I believe. Queen to g4. Oh my goodness. No, queen to g4 doesn't seem to be the best move. In fact, b4. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this. b4, bishop takes b4, bishop takes e4, take on e4, rook to d7. That's going to force the queen off the diagonal. So you're going to go queen to c8, queen to b8. It doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to just simply drop back with the rook, attacking both bishops at the same time. Rook to d4, double attack, wins a piece right now. Hikaru, if he spots b4, he wins a piece.
I don't think it's easy to spot, but
it's a very difficult
Hikaru
move.
senses that there is something. He is pausing. The position looks like, it looks like there might be something. So I think Hikaru is just trying to find it. I think b4 it's beautiful, it works, it wins, but it's not easy to spot.
There it is on the board. There it is on the board. He found it. I think Hans right now realizes what he has done. Queen to b7 was just a step in the wrong direction. With the queen on e7, again, I was just about to say that you want to exchange the dark square bishop. You don't want to go queen to b7 for this particular reason. Hans focused on the attack. Sure, you're creating this beautiful battery on the long diagonal, but you had to focus first on displacing this dark square bishop. And as you can see, he finds every single move. That's it. Rook to d7, you're going to move the queen somewhere, probably on, c8, just rook to d4, that wins on the spot.
Very nicely spotted by Hikaru this first game. I wouldn't be surprised if Hans just resigns. I mean, he will have only a pawn for a piece. I'm not sure if he will want to test Hikaru's technique, especially, I mean, there are no tricks, there's nothing, right? It's just a piece.
Yeah, no, and obviously we're probably, still early in the match, but if this is any indication of how the match is going to go, Hans needs to change something because he cannot miss this type of tactics. And you can see it already. And as you just pointed out, resignation came. 1-0 for Hikaru.
And now I'm curious, is Hikaru, he himself talked to us about these Italians, and it looks like he's going down that path. He knew the Italian was coming, I think, and did not, well, maybe he played one Rui Lopez yesterday, I'm not even sure, but it was 99% Italians, so
No, it was
Hikaru
Italian.
expected all the
Against
way
E5,
in.
he only played Italian.
Only
And
Italians,
I
yeah.
think Magnus played Sicilian at some point.
Yeah. So let's see what Hikaru has prepared. I mean, he knows the Italian so well. He's played it from both sides. So let's see. Well, I think the onus, I think the onus is on Hans, you know. Can he show something here? This is his pet opening, I think. He's had great success with it, as Hikaru mentioned himself in the match against Wesley.
But the problem is for Hans right now is that Hikaru definitely knew and definitely prepared against the Italian, because even in his post-match interview yesterday, he said, look, Hans has one opening, which he loves to play and he gets good positions out of, and that is the Italian. So probably all he did, Hikaru, last night was checking the Italian and trying to find ways and trying to understand the position the best way possible.
And now we get this middle game where Hikaru has the semi-open F-file. What do you make of this? Quite even?
It's very even. Yes, it's very even, but it's also a very long game. Now, what White is going to try to do is probably go d4 at the right moment. At the same time, you really need to time that well, because after d4, I have ideas of d5, all sorts of ways in which I can complicate matters. Queen b3, queen b5. Okay, that's a bit strange. I'm trying to understand why. Because I know what black wants to do. Just get the knight out of the way, exchange the queens. Go into the endgame, why not?
And the question is, what does white want to do? What is that queen doing on b5?
He played rook c1 because he wants at some point to open up the c file. There is a couple of ways to do so, either with d4, either with b4. They both come at the expense of a pawn. But what you do is force the knight to get either to d4 or b4, and then you have access to the c7 square. That's why he plays the rook on c7, and that's why Hikaru responded with rook f7, defending the 7th rank. b4.
And Hans grabbing some space on the queen side.
What do you think about this position, Fiona? How do you assess it?
I don't know. I'm not sure about b4 because you're just, you know, highlighting that pawn on a4, which could become a little bit of a weakness in the long term if I'm white here. And I don't really want to take on a5. But the question is, do I have a choice? I'm also wary. I mean, that queen on b5. It's such a weird queen, right? Because it can never really get trapped, but it also can't move anywhere. So yeah, I'm not too sure what to make of this, but I feel that Hikaru is very comfortable here.
I think so too. And you can see it and you can sense it from his body language as well right now. And Hans doesn't seem to be finding the path forward. Now, another thing that I've noticed yesterday when I was following Hans versus Magnus was that Hans was also not very good with his time management. He was always down on time. This is something that Magnus did really well. I think Hikaru is trying to emulate that. If Hikaru can stay ahead on the clock, I think he's going to be very successful in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this 5+1 portion will be very interesting to see. It is the longest portion of the match. Maybe a quick reminder for anyone who wasn't here yesterday or who forgot what the format is. So the players play 90 minutes of 5+1, then 1 hour of 3+1, and finally half an hour of 1+1 bullet. And I think the 5+1, it is the slowest, but it's also always a good indicator to see, okay, what did the players prepare? Who gets the better start? We discussed, you know, the psychology of that yesterday.
Yes,
It's always a positive, of course, to get off to the better start. So
I think it's actually absolutely huge. In the grand scheme of the matches, we've seen most of the times whoever takes the lead in the 5+1 yesterday as well. Whoever takes the lead in that one is going to have a huge psychological and practical edge in the match. Magnus went up 5 points after the 5+1, and he kept that throughout the match. And we ended up with a 5-point differential at the end of the match as well.
To be honest, the only match in recent memory I can remember is Hikaru's against Jan, where Hikaru was down 3 points after the 5+1. But as he mentioned in the interview yesterday, you know, he is so much better than most players in terms of bullet, and he thinks it is some sort of flaw maybe in the format that you can just, you know, if you're a much better bullet player than your opponent, make up a deficit. But between players of similar strength, yeah, I think getting off to a good start can be crucial, absolutely. We see some maneuvering here. The knights are jumping. These knights are back.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see these knights quite often today, especially if we're going to continue with the Italian, which I think is going to be the case. Hans didn't show any tendency to shy away from the Italian, and I don't think Hikaru is going to not welcome this type of game. So d5, whoa, Hikaru lashes out in the center. Well, that's a vicious attack. Knight to g4, take, maybe take on b4 right now. Take on b4 followed by queen to d6, d5, okay, queen d6 first, and immediately responded with d4. Wow, okay. Somehow I have a feeling that this one is going to end up in massive liquidations. Yes. Like take on b4, take on e5, exchange, take, and that's going to be basically the end game that I'm predicting.
Passion Blue, how is Auntie today? Auntie is very well, thank you.
And
he got a good sleep.
There we go. He took. Again, we're expecting take. Oh my goodness, my arrows. Take.
The blue is nice. It matches our background nicely.
You like the blue? Okay.
Yep.
I'll stay with the blue for a little bit. Maybe I'll add a little bit of orange.
So you think this one is headed towards a liquidation? Do you think the fact that Hikaru, 1 minute deficit shouldn't be an issue here, right?
I don't think it's going to be an issue. And what he's thinking about is actually queen to c5, which is an interesting option. Because it keeps some sort of an structural imbalance in the position. And it kind of makes sense, to be honest. I sort of like queen c5. I think he's really thinking about it. At the same time, he dropped down to his last 30 seconds. I think the practical decision right now is to just take on e5. And he goes for queen c5.
For it.
Nice. Which is, by the way, very good. But again, I don't know if it's the right practical decision, just for the simple fact that you have 30 seconds against 2 minutes.
But do you think he's running a risk here?
Probably not. Take and take on e5. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, he's not actually risking much. It's very close to equality. So we're going to see. You cannot go rook to e1. You cannot establish this pin because you lose after knight takes f3.
So what do? Do you just exchange and play rook in game, or?
Yes. Take, maybe rook to c1, d4, rook c7, rook b5, rook c4. And now the question is, do I go d3? d3, king f1 is the question. Oh, rook to d1, that's a question mark. Take. And just a simple rook to e2. What does Hans have in store? Because not only am I going to try to take on f2, but I have the idea of rook b2, rook b4, and rook b2, rook b1 checkmate, which you really have to be careful about. So I think Hikaru right now has a very good shot at potentially winning this one. Knight takes f2. Why not? Take a pawn.
Yeah, rook d1 looked like a natural move, but it looks like it's asking for trouble. Hikaru, I think, will take. He will make sure that the knight can get out.
And he did.
Which it can. I mean, it's hard for white to attack the knight another time.
I would have kept that knight on. Okay, Hikaru is going for the g2 pawn, which is very good. By the way, rook to e5 covers both f5, so there's no shenanigans with the knight, and rook takes b5 is coming. It's looking good. It's looking good for Hikaru.
It's a game that he on the clock is a wow. G4 was a double. What was missed there?
g4 rook g5 I think was really strong to try to take the g4 pawn.
Okay, now well, Hans can take on g7.
Now most likely this one is going to peter out. I think rook takes g7, maybe king h8. Still some pitfalls for Hans, but I think he's, let's say, favorite to hold.
Yeah, old Petso in the chat is saying, yikes, 3 seconds. 3 seconds shouldn't be a problem in this position, unless the knight suddenly. I hopefully, I'm a little bit traumatized, but by how many knight forks Ali Reza inflicted on us yesterday. So as long as, you know, we watch out for the knight forks, the time shouldn't be an issue.
Yes, no, absolutely. Rook f7, king g8. This is just simply going to be a rook takes g7. Just finishes the game. Yeah, that's a draw. Okay. So a slight missed opportunity, but I like the fact that Hikaru, you know, he took some risks and he sent a signal to Hans. Hey, look, I'm here to fight. I'm here to take risks. I'm not afraid of you in any way. I understand you're up on time, but if I think the position is better, I'm going to take my chances. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
So far, a very professional approach, winning with the white pieces, drawing with black. Let's see if we can keep it up. Hikaru already mixing it up here. Oh, Hans actually changed. What did Hikaru start with? Well, we missed actually the opening moves, right, of game one, but...
We got knight f3, g3. We got the typical reti, but not with c4. Hikaru decides to, you know, pro the round. He's just trying to figure things out. Where is Hans weak in this one? That's exactly what he's looking for. And probably he has a few options available prepared at home.
But look at Hans push those pawns on both edges of the board. a5, h5. Yep. A very ambitious approach.
Oh, yes, absolutely. He's pushing the trousers, right? h5, a5. Yeah, very nice. I like it. h4 at some point, obviously, is going to be problematic. Now, the big question is, where do you castle as black? Do you go castle long? Extremely dangerous, because you know I'm going to go something like b4 at the right moment, try to break. Or do you go short and then basically void any sort of an attack?
Not any longer.
Ooh, my goodness, g5. Yeah, Hans is trying to get something going. Obviously, you have to get rid of this g4 idea. And he decides to do so with the move knight e1. Perhaps knight e5 was more precise. Knight e1.
Yes, Hans will probably, you're asking the question about the king. He will probably castle queenside. And we might see a raise. White will attack on the queen side. Black will attack on the king side. This could become very, very sharp.
At this point, I think he has very few options remaining. I don't think he's going to go king side. I think queen side makes the most sense. Look, you have a nice attack coming. h4, g4 has to be played. And he knows it. Hikaru plays it. Now, how are you going to stop f5 is the big question. Perhaps you can take, and it's all about opening up this nice bishop on g2. So I think take on e4 and then f3. Try to break in the center.
Can you do that?
f5 and then perhaps just take on e4. He finds it. Knight takes e4 is on the board. And now he's going to have to follow up with f3. Very important. And he finds it. Very nicely played.
I mean, it's early doors, but he seems in great shape today.
Much better shape than yesterday. Yeah. Much better shape than yesterday. You can already sense it from his moves. He finds the critical moments.
Yeah, and here... So what were you saying? If I go f5?
If you go f5, I just simply take on e4. Now, if you take back on e4, there's no more breaking my structure on the king side. So then I can just simply go knight c2, knight e3. Okay, e5. A good move by Hans, trying to break in the center. Now I think the best, well, you could play d5 or you could play e3. E3 is a bit more controlled because it keeps the option of having that bishop open in the future.
We could ignore that. So Hikaru is taking some time. He goes for d5. And the knight, well, the knight doesn't have too many squares. I doubt it's gonna go to a7. It takes first.
Maybe castle. Yep.
Ah.
He goes for castle. Now there's a check coming. There's a check and a pickup of the pawn on d5, so he needs to be careful about it. But queen to b3 seems like a very good shot. Not only that, you're, queen c5, probably you're going to go back to h1 and then queen d5. At the end of it, I'm going to pick up your pawn on g5 also. Knight to d2. Okay. That's a nice controlled move. I like it. I like it. What he wants is actually go e4. And then this bishop is going to be dead.
So can black do something like... Yeah, okay, if I go queen c5 and knight e7, you will go e4, yeah? And my piece is on...
e4 seems to be a very good move right now. Perhaps something that Hikaru missed. But Hikaru is
e4,
up on time.
and if you take on c6, e3, or...
Yes. E4 take and e3 might be a bit problematic. So after e4, you probably have to take on e4 with the bishop. But that means the king is going to be perpetually weak.
Hans is spending some time here. Maybe he senses as well. I mean, this is a crucial moment. If he plays e4, he's back in the game. He might even take over the initiative. Anything else, and Hikaru will be doing well.
Down on time by 1 minute, Hans. So that's the good news for Hikaru. Right now, if Hans doesn't find e4, then he's in, I would say, pretty big trouble from a practical perspective, maybe even objectively. If he finds e4, well, Hikaru can be trying to muddy the waters, given that good move by Hans, by the way. But now Hikaru needs to take on e4 very nicely with the bishop, knight to e5, and now you have a couple of options. You can take on g6, or you can just drop the bishop back. Which one would you go for, Fiona?
I don't know. I'm a bit worried about taking on g6 because after knight takes, if the knight lands on f4, I'll be very, very worried. So I would be a bit hesitant to take on g6.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one. It's a big moment right now. Do you shield the bishop with bishop h1, or do you take
also
on
just
g6?
to try and hold on to the pawn, because if you take on g6, okay, knight takes, the knight is threatening to jump to f4, the pawn on d5 is hanging.
You have to go for knight e4 at that point. Bishop g2. Yeah, rook to e8. Okay. Perhaps a missed opportunity. Knight takes g4, which is not easy to spot. Seems to have been a very good move.
I'm not even sure. I saw it flash, but I didn't see why.
Yep.
I think from a practical decision, from a practical point of view, probably a good decision. You're a bit down on time, I think rook e8. Okay, the computer gives it a question mark, which is harsh because it saw this other opportunity, but I think at some point you just have to play natural moves fast.
Completely agree. It's a fine move. It's definitely a fine move. Now, knight to b3. Okay. Knight to b3, queen to b6, more or less forced because you want to keep contact with the pawn on a5. And also you're looking at the b2 pawn. I don't like this move, knight b3, just for the simple fact that knight c4 right now, knight c4, knight e3 is becoming extremely dangerous.
Yeah, this is looking a bit dangerous. Computer saying queen b3, just, I guess, to get the queens off, eliminate,
I think he has to go for
danger.
it. He has to go for it. Yeah. He has to go for it. And I think he will. Because knight e3 looks so dangerous, right? Knight e3 with a hit on the queen, not something that you want to see on the board.
Yeah, queen b3, I mean, what else really if not queen b3? Hikaru is dropping a bit. He's under a minute now. Queen c1, and well, the knight is gonna jump in.
Rook e5, okay.
Okay,
Rook
so
e-
white is up a pawn, right? White has that extra pawn in the center.
I love this
Why
move.
does the computer like it so much for black?
Knight takes d5. That's a very good question. I think it just senses that there's better attacking opportunities for black. But, and it's also because this bishop controls b1. If I would be able to play rook to b1, I think I would be more than fine. But unfortunately, I don't have this move rook b1 to set up this attack on b7. It's a big, big problem in the position. That's why you see Hikaru immediately. Rook a3, try to go rook b3. The question is, how do you respond after knight f4? I'm starting to look at h3. c6. Okay. A missed opportunity, which is good news for us.
The problem is we can't really stop the knight from coming to f4, can we?
That knight is coming. Ooh, queen to c5. You're giving me a lot of tempis to start
Yeah.
attacking you. So this is very good news for Hikaru right now. a5. Let's keep going. Yes.
And suddenly the attacking chances, I'm suddenly preferring white's attacking
I think so too.
chances.
I think so too. That the attack is coming. If you take, maybe I have rook to a3, maybe even knight to c6 at the right
Yeah.
moment. Knight c6 take and rook to b8. The invasion is coming.
It's very close. I was also looking at knight c6. I don't think Hans will take that pawn. But if not, the pawn is gonna keep pushing, and this is starting to look very, very dangerous for black.
I agree. I agree, Fiona. Right now, it's a 2-result game, 3-result game. Anything can happen right now. a6. Keep pushing. Very nice. And to be honest, I'm looking at the position right now. I'm preferring white because I have this beautiful bishop defending the king side nicely. If you don't have bishop to e4, and I don't think you have time to do that, bishop takes c6. Let's go.
Yeah, this has really turned Hans. Just played too slow. I mean, knight f4 was such a natural
Rook
move.
c7. I can still take.
Take.
a7. Whoa, 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 whoa. Queen takes a7 might be a problem. What is... Okay, this is... Right now, it's a mess.
It's so sharp. I mean, 3-result game.
Bishop
Absolutely.
f3.
Time situation.
Now that protects everything nicely. I like it. I like it right now.
Black is also kind of running out of
Queen
moves.
h8. Ooh. Missed opportunity. Not sure why. We'll figure it out at the right
I mean,
moment.
hands down to 2 seconds, by the way.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a queen. That's a queen. That's a queen for nothing. And Hans resigns.
And just like that, we're up 2 points. Keep winning. I wonder if the queen, if that was a blunder or a mouse slip. I actually think it was just a blunder because he had a little reaction, but not the kind of reaction, you know, when you make a mouse slip. Anyway, great win for Hikaru. This was a very, very exciting game.
Big win. Absolutely
what-
big win.
Was this a Rui Lopez?
Yes. Finally, it seems like Hans is switching
I still
gears.
think he played one yesterday. I could be wrong. I think he tried it one time.
You might be right. You might be right.
Who knows? I mean, we saw so many games yesterday.
There were so many. I mean, yeah. Good luck remembering everything. We're not ChatGPT, you know. We don't have
certainly are
access
not.
to everything.
So let's see this Spanish opening. How do you like the way in which Hikaru has reacted?
I like it. I like it. Look, this is something that Hikaru, again, I've talked about it quite at length yesterday also. He prepared this for the candidates. He prepared this for classical chess, this 97, 96 ideas. So he definitely knows what he's doing. At the same time, obviously Hans should, if he has done his homework, he should know what to do as well. That's why he switched things up. So, and look, Hikaru wasn't very successful yesterday with this 97, 96. Alireza was really taking some, and Hikaru mentioned this in his interview as well. He was finding the path towards advantage. But I think what Hikaru did was not only look at the Italian, but also cover his tracks in this particular line.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, as you said, you know, when you prepare an opening like this for the candidates, the amount of hours, the amount of work that goes into that, you know it very well, of course, Christian. They don't forget that prep so quickly. For sure, he will have probably refreshed it before the match, but yeah, this is an opening he knows well, and Just like that, it looks like he's already starting to take over that initiative. That isolated pawn on d4 could be a weakness in the long term.
Oh, huge weakness. That's the one
maybe in
I'm
the
having
short
my
term.
eyes on. Maybe. Look, at some point I'm going to pick that one up. I probably have to get ready for it, like rook to d8, maybe rook to e8, trying to put these cannons on the open files. c6. Okay, I'm not sure about this one. You're giving me this d6 square, which is an extremely important square for my knight. I'm not sure about c6. I'm a little bit worried about the dark squares, but the position is still within range. Nothing huge has happened. Unfortunately, Hans immediately takes advantage of that. He realizes that there's something to be played for on d6.
But what happens if we go
Rook d8, right? Rook d8,
yeah, but knight,
I think you can still go knight d6.
Yeah.
The knight on e7 is also hanging. That's why he played knight g6. Good move by Hikaru.
So what now? Bishop g3 looks like a natural move to keep an eye on d6.
And now maybe just rook e8. Rook e8, and basically that arrests the knight for the moment. Because if you go knight d6, I take on e1, and you lose the bishop on c2. So I think rook e8, either this one or the other one, should be the way to go. Should be the way to go. And again, it seems like so far Hikaru has been the better player when it drops down to the last few seconds in those time scrambles, which Hikaru was losing generally against Alireza yesterday. And that's primarily because Alireza was just like godlike. Like he was finding absolutely everything.
I thought it was really interesting what Magnus said, that when he himself was down 2 seconds, it felt almost like he was guessing the game, the moves, while Alireza seemed, in control, even with seconds on the clock, which is, high praise from the best player in the world. Anyway, here comes Hans again with that H-pawn push.
Good move. And to be honest, the defense doesn't seem to be trivial right now. I think what you have to do is not focus necessarily on defense, but go on the offense yourself. So if Hikaru finds rook e7 followed by rook e8, so rook e7, h5, I'm not worried. It's a very counterintuitive move, by the way, because you're taking your only square away from the knight. Rook e7, h5, and then rook e8, and try to focus on my attack against your knight on e4. That's the way to go. We'll see if he finds it.
What are alternatives if you don't do that? I mean, let me ask you another question. Does
maybe
white
take the pawn? Let's take the pawn, right?
Yeah, be greedy.
Yes, let's take the pawn.
Does white have a concrete threat already? Is h5 a threat?
I think so.
h5, h6? Yeah.
I think h5, h6 is huge. Not only because it weakens the king, but it also really pushes your pieces backwards, right? Like you get the knight back to e7, then knight d6 comes much easier, covers your e-file action as well. It's a tough position. But if he finds rook e7, which is huge right now, if he finds that, then I think he's in a great
He's
spot.
spending a lot of time. This is the first game where Hikaru is significantly down on time, and he decides in the end to take on e4.
Good move as well.
e4 as well, yes.
Good move as well.
Right?
Took on e4, and then he's going to take on d4. He has to take on d4.
And what? Okay, Hans takes with the bishop, queen takes. So once again, Hikaru goes up a pawn. There is no way for white to immediately recapture it, but the white attack, the white initiative on the king side looks a little bit scary.
Yes. I think queen f5 is a tough move to deal with, because h5 is coming and you get checkmated. But
what if you start with h5?
h5, I think he wants f5. That's my
Okay.
guess.
That's very sneaky, yeah.
I'm not sure if it works, but I think it does. So h5, f5, you take, I take, you take. I go knight h4, everything is with tempo. You have to take, I take back. And now I have this pin on the f-file. You cannot move the bishop. I think I'm in a better position. I control everything as black. So I think this is Hikaru's idea. And now you
queen
also
h5. Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
Queen f5 looks very scary. Also, I mean, this was actually the top computer move, right? Rook d1.
Yes, rook d1. Hikaru continues munching.
Giving another pawn. And now what? Queen f5 again, or what was the idea?
Queen f5. So I think the main idea against queen f5 is to go rook e5. And if you take with the bishop, I take with the pawn, opening
And
up
then
the f file,
f2.
and then you
Very
have problems
nice.
on f2. Yeah, yeah.
That's very nice, actually. It's
And
like,
I
that's something I think that Hans could have missed. He's suddenly, I mean, he was up 2 minutes on the clock. Now he's the one inching towards the 1 minute mark. By the way, after this game, we'll get our first short break of the day. So in a way, this game is, I always feel a game before break. You know, you always want to go into that break in high spirits. I don't know if the players even realize when they are playing, you know, when are the breaks coming, but they probably have quite a good feeling. Hans down to 50 seconds. He probably, I mean, I see the computer move rook e2, but it makes sense, right? That you just want to guard f2 before you continue with the
Bishop
attack.
d6, but now knight e5, right?
Mhm.
This actually seems to be fairly, not easy to spot, but a very natural move. Knight e5, you move the queen somewhere. If you go to f5, in fact, I can just simply go g6 first.
Yeah.
So I think knight e5 is a big one. Whoa. f5 is a strange move, but I understand what he wants. Take on f8. You probably have take on f8, right? What did he miss? Oh, bishop a3? Really? Oh my goodness.
Wow. That's not an easy move to spot.
No way.
That full board vision.
He
Finds
found
it.
it.
Yeah. Okay,
Wow.
to be fair, the bishop and the queen were both under attack, right? But yeah, it's a very nice.
That's a big
Very
move to
nice
find.
move.
I'm not going to lie. Rook takes c4 is a problem right now.
The problem is black cannot recapture, right? Rook d8.
Yeah. Bishop takes f2. Take and then take on d1. So after bishop f2, you probably have to go king h1. Then just hide the rook somewhere. Yeah, this one right now is not looking great, but it's not over. King to h2, rook to g8. It's still, look, Hans is down to his last 10 seconds. This is where Hikaru shines. Knight h4, let's go.
And we saw a few games yesterday where Hans got a nice position, but then, you know, when he was down 2 seconds, he didn't always convert very cleanly. He even lost some games from completely winning positions. So as
Precisely.
long as Hikaru can keep the game alive, but is that knight trapped?
It is.
Yeah,
It does
that's
seem
just
to be trapped.
bad
Does seem to be
news.
trapped. Yeah, rook, bishop e7. Yeah, it's just a piece. It's a rook, actually. It's not a piece, which is the problem. Okay.
So Hans gets the first, his first win of the match. Hikaru still leads by 1 point. And yeah, a very interesting
We see a,
start to the
we see a
match.
fist bump by Hans. I would assume the crowd is getting engaged as well, and a nice smirk by Hikaru. He acknowledged,
He
let's say,
must,
the
you know,
gesture.
the
He's
players
like,
see
okay,
each other,
all
right?
right, I see. I see what you're doing. Okay,
The thing
Don't
about
worry,
the
I'm
fist
still
bump
leading.
is it can also give your opponent some motivation.
I'm still
We'll
leading.
see.
It's okay.
Guys, we are gonna take a quick break as well. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the remainder of this 5+1 portion. It's looking like an exciting match. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
Welcome back, everyone. We're watching the consolation match, the match for third place between Hikaru and Hans. If you're just tuning in now, you've missed 4 games. Hikaru has a 2.5, 1.5 lead, and we are about to see game 5 between the two players. 50 minutes are left in this portion. Christian, what did you think of the first part of this match?
It's tense. It's super tense. It's I can see some equilibrium between these two players. They're definitely coming into this one very well prepared. Both of them coming up with sharp new ideas, and they're both very willing to fight. So that's exactly what I'm seeing right now. It's a close match.
It is certainly a close match. We see both players there, very focused in the zone. Has the game started? I think the game might have started.
Let me check. I'm seeing something, but I'm not seeing the moves. Maybe I'll try to refresh once. We've had a couple of issues. There we go.
Okay, here we
Here we
are.
go. And Hikaru
So-
says, okay, look, I'm coming back to this C4 G3 that I played in the first one. And Hikaru actually won the first match, the first game, in about 2 minutes, something along those lines, in the first 20 moves. So he's definitely
That was
coming
the
back
nice
to the well.
tactic, right? With B4 winning the piece and it just ending the game right there and then.
Yes, precisely. That B4 beautiful move. We'll see if Hans comes up with a better try to find equality.
Okay, so Hans has developed all his pieces and goes with C5. Always this tension in the center for now. Some slow moves. What are other plans here for Hikaru?
So I like knight h4 with the idea that at some point we're going to exchange these two pawns, probably on d5, and you're going to recapture with the e pawn, which will allow me to get the knight to f5. So knight h4, knight f5 is a very good idea to try to put more pressure on your opponent. The very simple rook ac1 is another alternative to just set up the cannons on the C and D file, which are the files that most likely will open up in the next few moves.
Hikaru goes with your top choice.
I
Knight
love it.
h4.
I love it. Yes, knight h4, and
Here,
now the
black-
pressure is on.
Do you have to play g6 to prevent the knight from jumping to f5?
You probably have to, but if you play g6, you're going to be perpetually weak on that long diagonal, and most likely you're going to suffer the consequences.
It's so tough, right? Because you don't want the knight to jump to f5, but at the same time, you don't really want to play g6 and weaken that diagonal.
Bishop
Forever.
to b8. Okay, but now I can actually take, and then maybe knight f5. Knight f5, and where do you put the queen, by the way? So I take on d5, you take. I go knight f5. With the queen on e6, I go bishop h3. I'm starting to have ideas of discovery checks to pick up the queen on e6.
Yeah, this is looking very, very promising. Hans has no choice but to capture with the pawn.
d4. Okay, that's, look, the threat is stronger than the execution, they
Yeah.
say. Knight f5 is not going anywhere. Might as well play d4 first. Ask him questions. Ask your opponent questions. Queen to e5, a good move by Hans. Try to shy away from that knight to f5 idea. But now I can set up this very nice strategical edge after d takes c5. If you take back with the queen f1, I'm not sure about that. But I see the idea, bishop h3. And to be honest, from a practical perspective, this move looks very threatening.
It looks very annoying to me. I mean, that bishop coming to h3 with, you know, d5 being a solid pawn, the bishop wasn't doing very much on g2 any longer. I like it, even if it wasn't the computer's top choice. I really like this for Hikaru. And now, well, I guess rook takes. I mean, that's the move I would play instantly unless there was a problem with it.
Yes,
and
yes. Rook takes. The question is, how do you deal with bishop e5, right?
Can I go rook d?
Rook d3 back to defend. Yes. Maybe even you can start with bishop h3 first. Try to hit the queen, force it to go backwards to e8 and then go back to d3. But then the question is, do I have time as black to go a5, bishop a6?
You're going all out today with those colors.
Yes, yes. I'm painting. I'm painting.
Hikaru decided to take with the pawn, and Hans says, okay, g6, I am going to stop your knight from jumping, and especially now with the bishop on b2 being a little bit entombed by the white pawn on d4, black doesn't have to be as worried about the long diagonal.
And now that you played the g6, my knight on h4 is kind of useless, right? There's no more knight to f5. So I might as well just go knight f3, get my knight back to e5. How are we doing on time is the question. Rook to e8. 2:30 for Hikaru, 2:55 for Hans.
I have to say, I think in the last few moves, I feel we haven't followed the best path. I loved the position a few moves ago. Now it feels like Black has survived maybe the worst of this middle game.
Yes, yes. But look, White still has the edge. White definitely still has the edge. It probably is not as big of an edge as it was a few moves ago. I'm not sure about it right now. This f6 actually might be a bit tricky to deal with, because that knight is getting booted. And my knight on e4 is the battle between these knights, right? Knight on e5 and knight on e4. If you cannot boot with f3, my knight on e4, then you're in trouble. And after f6, again, if you go knight f3, you're going to lose more tempis. Try to go f3. Knight g4, then I can just continue with h5. But this is what Hikaru wanted. Knight g4 followed by knight to e3, continue increasing the pressure on d5.
We have seen that Hans hasn't been shy about pushing his h-pawns. In this case, h5 is the best move. Will he play it? It looks a little bit weakening, right? This pawn structure with pawns on f6, g6, and h5 is a very unusual one.
Yes.
But in this case, it's easy for us at home, of course. We see h5 as the top move. I guess when you're sitting at the board, it's a whole different story assessing, h5, I'm sure it's tempting, but is it good?
It's not even close, right? I mean, you have to understand all of these details so quickly, right? And with so much pressure on your shoulders. And let's not forget, there's an audience right there, right now. An audience clapping, moving around. Your eyesight is probably focused on that side as well. So, a lot of factors that you need to take into account when you make this type of decisions. f5, knight e5, and Hikaru is happy because Hikaru now has a beautiful knight in the center. And the big difference is that I can kick your knight away. I have f3 at my disposal. You no longer have f6.
And this is quickly turning Hikaru now firmly back on the good side of this position.
I like it. And look at the clock.
Yeah.
Yep. Clock is looking good. 1 minute against 2 minutes. Definitely a good position and a good time situation for Hikaru as well.
Still a lot of work to be done, of course. How do you, you have established this beautiful knight on e5. Which of your pieces are you looking to improve still?
Maybe the queen. Let's get the queen to h6. Queen e3, queen h6. Why not? I like this idea.
I like this idea too. And then maybe in some point in the future, Hikaru himself could play h4, h5.
f3 is asking the question. And it's asking it immediately. I like it. From a practical perspective, I like this move, f3. Let's take on c8 and then get the knight to f4.
Those white pieces are all improving, but why is this?
It's fine as well.
It's fine as well. I understand the big difference between what?
Queen b6 might be a bit unpleasant because that's sort of like a double attack. Now you're forcing my knight to take on d7, which is not something that Hikaru wanted to see.
Okay, and suddenly...
Let's go queen d2, get the other knight to e5 or to c5. You need this queen off the d3 square. Knight d2, I'm not sure about that. Still maintaining his edge on the clock. b4 is a good move because...
b4 is a good move. Also taking away the c3 square. I guess that's where the knight was headed.
Yes.
I think the knight will have to go back to f4 and then d3 probably.
Yes. Maybe rook to e1 first. Rook to e1, knight c1, knight d3 as well is an idea.
Both players now under a minute. I think we're gearing up for another scramble here.
Trying to understand what the idea of rook to d1 is. Perhaps queen to h6 defending to over-defend, let's say, the pawn on d4, knight to c1.
I still like your idea of queen h6.
Good move.
F4 was a very good move by black, just closing off that white queen.
Also putting the pressure right now. G4, let's go. G4, then follow it up with knight to D3 or knight to E2. Try to put pressure on. Yes, good move.
There he
Excellent
goes.
move. Excellent move. This was a really important one because it's not an easy decision. Bishop F1 is an idea to exchange the good bishop.
I like that
Now knight
Hikaru
D3 is
has
coming.
maintained a bit of an edge on the clock. Han's down to 10 seconds now.
Huge.
I think he
huge.
can turn this one around. I mean, it's a dangerous position for both sides.
He's outplaying him right now. He truly is outplaying him right now. And Hans is on 3 seconds. There's gonna be mistakes. There
I think
are
Hans
going to
is
be
gonna
mistakes.
try to trade the queens and the rooks just to get that danger off the
Take
board.
knight e5, bishop e5, take on e5, and you cannot defend both pawns. F4 and d5, and he finds
And
it.
he finds it.
Take on d5.
Okay, Hans is still holding on with perfect defense. This is probably a draw, but can he defend perfectly with mere seconds
Take
on the
bishop.
clock?
Ooh. F takes g4, king f3.
Very nice. H.
Nicely found. Nicely
Very
found by
nice.
Hikaru.
Incredible.
Oh, check and g6. And the game is over.
That is gonna be resignation. Very, very nice win there by Hikaru.
That was a
In
good
the
one.
crucial
That was a good one. That was a
moments.
crucial one. He's
That
feeling
was
the energy right
crucial,
now.
yeah.
He is feeling the energy right now.
Reclaiming a 2-point lead. Very, very nice game. And Hans
And he
continues.
disappeared. Hikaru is the ghost. He's playing as the ghost and he's back.
Leaning back in his chair there for a moment after a crucial win. And I'm surprised. It looks like today, I think Hans, might drop the Italian. He tried it only once, didn't get much. And it looks like he's now trying his luck in this line of the Ruy Lopez, which, as we discussed previously, Hikaru did prepare this for the candidates. Have we already diverted from the previous game?
I think King H8 might be a new idea.
Yeah.
King H8 might be a new idea. Are we going to go B5 as well? Or like, how are we going to approach this position? Maybe F6, F5? This type of ideas to try to target the bishop.
Yeah, I'm always curious. Can F5, F5, is a move that I love to play. But sometimes I lose my objectivity of when is it actually a good move.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, it is white to play. This move, King H8, has really sent Hans into the tank.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, it does seem like King to H8 was not something that Hans prepared. And this one, now down to his last 3 minutes 45 seconds against 4 minutes and 46. And again, that last game, the scramble, the maneuvers in the last game, they were not easy to do with only a few seconds on the clock. And it does feel today that Hikaru is in a much more relaxed mood, right?
I would agree with that. I wasn't sure because I felt this is a very high pressure match, so I wasn't sure what Hikaru would we see, but I like what we are seeing so far.
Certainly a high pressure match, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But he seems, as you say, calm, confident. He's playing well. He's spotting these crucial moves. He's recognizing the critical moments. So far, very happy to see what we're seeing.
Yes, knight to h4. I like this move. Trying to weaken the d4 square. Exchange the knights, weaken d4 square. The only problem that I'm seeing with the move is, what if I reinforce my ponies on f3 and h2 with knight 1 to h2? Now you don't have a second pony. You would love to have that pony on g6, take on f3 and get the other one to h4. That's not the case.
Okay, he does find that. Is the other pony still? Well, it can come over now. Maybe
That's the big problem. Well, if you go knight 7, you lose a pawn.
And f6 looks quite weakening, I guess.
Yeah, f6, knight h4. I don't know. I don't know. I'm always
Yeah,
very
too
reluctant
many-
to play that.
Too many holes. So, but what
Maybe
about
some-
queen? Yeah, queen f6?
I like queen f6. Let's go queen f6. Let's go queen f6. That will allow me to, first of all, make the connection between the rooks, go rook d8, then knight e7, knight g6 is going to be an opportunity. And he plays it.
Okay, we see a trade. Who do you think the trade in the center favors?
I mean, look, white is slightly better, but it's a very slight plus, at least the way I see it right now. I don't think this is a huge advantage. I will just try to get back my rook to e8, put the bishop on c6. I don't have a lot of weaknesses as black, and the material is quite limited also. I think, look, I'm feeling that Hikaru has equalized, despite the bar saying otherwise.
I would
do
tend
feel-
to agree. And Hikaru, I think, he has a lot of experience in those positions. This one, as you say, it's a tiny advantage. Hikaru still has over 3 minutes on the clock. Let's see if Hans, can make something, if he can create some chances. He's gonna try and use these central pawns. I mean, the pawn on e4, the pawn on f4.
Mhm.
Now lashing out on the
E4.
queen side.
Okay. My guess, queen b6, I'm not sure about that. I'm actually not sure about that. Now I'm starting to not like the position. I see some a5. It feels a bit...
Yeah, I mean, that
Not
queen
only that, but-
doesn't really want to right now.
I understand why he played it. He played it because he wants to meet queen d3 with the idea of e5 and all sorts of shenanigans on that diagonal with queen f2.
Mhm.
That's what he wants. But this one looks dangerous. The queen looks a bit off play.
Okay, but if not queen d3, how do you continue as white?
He played a5. Queen b5 has
Maybe
to be
he's
played.
forcing
I don't think queen
Hikaru
a7.
back to the correct square here.
Exactly. This is a big decision right now for Hikaru. I think queen b5 has to be played. If you try, look, and this is also a pride situation, right? You've been keeping this queen on this diagonal for so long. You're really showing that you want to keep it on that diagonal. Change your tune, and he finds it. Good move. Excellent move by Hikaru.
And now again, not so easy for white. I guess rook e3 makes sense. Try to double up the rook, so bring the other rook, if possible, at some point to f1. That's not possible right now, of course, because the queen is covering that square. Maybe the rook can even swing over to g3 after.
Queen h5. You're kind of... The thing is about this position is that it's white that needs to burn the time to try to find something. Black more or less has fairly easy moves, fairly forced moves. They're not easy necessarily, but you don't really have a lot of alternatives. Queen g6, and finally Hikaru finds the best square for the queen on f6, targeting both c3 and f4. Hikaru is playing this one really well.
I agree, and I think, he could turn this one around. It's not easy for white to deal with that pawn on c3, which is under attack. You don't really want to... Well, you can push it. The rook is hanging behind. But even if the rook wasn't on e1, you wouldn't want to weaken the dark squares.
Are you going g5 right now?
I wouldn't.
Whoa!
But Hikaru finds it. Wow.
Whoa. He goes for it. Hikaru is feeling it right now. He's putting the pressure. He's like, I'm here to put the pressure on you. You had your moment. You had your time in the
under a
sun.
minute. He is feeling the pressure.
Oh, he certainly is. How do you defend? Do you go rook f3? Do you go g3? G3 is going to open up the g file. I'm going to take. And once my rook lands on the g file, there's no more e5 for you. This is your whole concept as white. You want to play e5. You want to set up this battery on the long diagonal on the h1, b1, h7, b1 diagonal and try to give the checkmate. With the g file open and my rook on the g file, you no longer have that.
25 seconds for Hans, who, for the first time, I would say, is looking quite rattled there. For looking at him on the camera, hand in hand. Okay, goes for rook f1. And
Okay.
we're into the endgame.
Okay, rook takes f5. Hikaru has calculated this. Seems like bishop takes e4. Perhaps we're just simply going to see a draw in this one. But
Yeah, I
again,
don't
Hikaru is
think-
putting type pressure on the clock.
I was gonna say, if the time situation was inverted, maybe white could put some pressure. But here I wouldn't be shocked if Hikaru is gonna try and put on the squeeze somehow, because I mean this time advantage 2:15 against 5 seconds, it's huge.
Absolutely. Even from a mechanical perspective, at some point you need to just get the moves out, right? And then we might hear some complaints. Who knows? We might he might call the arbiter. King g7. Okay, rook e8.
Okay, he wants to meet
b6
rook
perhaps.
E3 with rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
I would already start feeling very uncomfortable here with white with seconds on the clock and the black rook having infiltrated.
Okay. What I would like not to see is this king land on f5, and he understands that. Whoa, wait, what was that? That was an interesting move. h5, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Is Han still going for it?
I'm not sure. So what if I go here? Rook f6, king g7. Rook g6, okay, king h7. I'm not sure who's putting the pressure.
I'm also not sure who's... I mean, it should still be a draw. But
Rook
I'm not sure
h6.
who's playing for what.
Huh. This is
He
starting
wants
to
to go
become
rook
extremely
h7?
double-edged. What if I just simply go?
But rook h7 and I take on c7.
But then I go king f6, you take on c7, and then I give you a check.
Are we gonna see a move repetition here? King f7, rook h6.
If he goes to h7, he signals that he wants to play for the win.
But Hans wants that 7th rank.
He does. He does indeed. He does.
I
indeed.
think this will end in a repetition here. I think we'll see king g7. Hikaru will look if he can see something, but if he doesn't see something which looks promising to him, I think he will go king g7.
Yeah. But there's still something. But look, I mean, playing against 3 seconds is very tempting because you know your opponent needs to make his moves instantly.
The
Which
problem is you invest so much time to find something that suddenly just like that, you know, Hikaru is down to 20 seconds himself. It is still a substantial time advantage, but it's disappearing very quickly now.
And that's a draw.
And that was a draw.
was a draw.
Okay, so we're now what? 4-2.
4-2. Yes.
Has Hikaru won every white game so far? So let's hope we can continue that trend.
Yes. Huge, very important. With the white pieces, he seems to be the one getting the edge out of the opening. He seems to be on the contrary, Hans is not really getting much better positions out of the opening. Hikaru seems to be getting those. And he should be repeating what he did in the second game with the white pieces because he got a great position. Hans is the one that needs to switch things up.
Yeah, so far he hasn't really. I mean, this looks very similar, right, to what we saw.
Yeah, with the idea of knight
fine.
h4,
Yeah.
knight f5, not e5, f5. And you can do it right now, by the way. I mean, knight h4, there's no reason why you would need necessarily to go rook d1 or rook ac1 first. He decides to go rook ac1.
I was wondering, can you ever play bishop a3 and try to get rid of these bishops, or what's wrong with that?
Probably a good idea. And he goes for it. But now maybe what I should be focused on is exchange the bishops and then try to go e4. Try to go e4, e5. C takes d5. Okay, this is a bit surprising, but I understand what he wants to do. Take and now knight d4. This is his idea. Maybe take on a3 first, but the idea remains. I'm going to set up this pin. Never mind.
Oh, the bishop comes to h3, an idea we talked about in the previous white game. Again, it's quite annoying here, this pin. the queen from a3, I think that has to come back at some point. Okay, it
Queen
comes back
d6.
immediately.
Hikaru, I feel right now he feels quite secure about his opening advantage. It's the difference between the bishops, and I have a pretty clear plan, and that is to put pressure on the c file. As soon as you go c5, and you will have to go c5, I will take. You will take back with the pawn most likely, and I'm going to withdraw my bishop back to g2. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I need to take lessons from you for how to squeeze silently. I haven't mastered that art yet.
It's supposedly not a good idea. Supposedly. That's what my parents always told me. Just yeah, just do it.
Okay, I won't be taking lessons. No, he didn't mute. I could see him. Sometimes I'm in time to mute, but not
I
always.
did not mute. No.
No. Okay, knight f4. The knights keep jumping. Hans didn't go for c5. He goes for c6. So trying to keep things more solid.
But this entombs the bishop on b7,
Yeah.
right? It's kind of a dead bishop right now. You have to go bishop c8. But as soon as you go bishop c8, I'm actually not going to exchange the bishops. I'm just simply going to drop back. So the dance of the knights, right?
The dance of the knights once again. It's become almost a little bit of a theme here in this match. And the computer does not like this move. Knight f6, why not?
Probably because you allow me one of the knights to go to e5, or maybe even this b4 idea. Try to stop you. Ooh, he finds it.
Wow.
He finds it. b4, very good move.
Why is b4 so good? Is it just against c5 or what is it aimed against?
Yes. So what his plan was, but now knight e5, knight f5. The idea of b4 is to stop c5. Previously, without the pawn on b4, if you go knight e5, I go c5, and then at the right moment, this knight on d3, if you take on c5, the knight on e5 is going to be unprotected. a4, trying to go a5. He's playing a very good strategical game right now. a5.
I mean, with the white pieces, you know, it's still the first portion of the match, but so far Hikaru has been absolutely incredible with the white pieces.
He's locked in. Absolutely locked in right now. Knight e5.
This is gonna be long suffering for Hans.
Exactly. Strategically, you're busted on the queen side as black, and if you don't find a counterplay on the king side, and there's nothing happening right now, then you're just simply going to suffer for a very long time. He's
Trying
looking.
to find some nut jumps, but everything is covered in the white position. There are no weaknesses. The same cannot be said for the black position.
Yeah. But you still have to find a way in. I think queen c5.
Always the same problem in chess, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get a nice position, all your pieces are well placed, and then it's like, okay, what now? That's the way it goes in my games anyway.
Let's go in.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous looking inside trip, but why not? Let's go queen b6.
I would be afraid to play queen.
You would be
b6.
afraid,
The
right?
queen. What if
I would
it
be
never?
afraid
Actually,
also.
like, what if it never comes out?
But it kind of pretty much freezes everything. You cannot go bishop c8, bishop a8, drops. He goes in.
For it.
He's in.
He spots
He's in.
everything today.
Oh yes. It's a much different Hikaru that we're seeing right now. Focused, locked in, ready to rumble.
You know, I also sometimes I think it's just I think there is a part of, yeah, maybe he is in better shape today, but it's also, I think sometimes, like yesterday, Alireza plays so well that he makes it look like, oh, you know, Hikaru wasn't at his best, he wasn't, but sometimes it's just, you know, when the opponent plays so well, it just makes you look like you're not in good shape. But here, I think Hans, you know, he has made a lot of progress, but he's clearly not on the level of Alireza. And
Precisely.
that I would say. And yeah, Hikaru, as you said, he's locked in, he's in the zone, he's, I think, playing some of his best chess here. today and this game looking very promising. Hans also down to just over a minute now. I mean, what do you do?
That's a very good question. I think you just have to sit and wait. You have to pass the buck and say, hey, you find the way in once again. I don't have any moves. Queen b6 just froze my position. And there's a head bob. This is the first time I'm seeing Hikaru in these two matches head bobbing. This is bad news for Hans right now. The head bob is a very dangerous tool in Hikaru's arsenal.
Is Hans trying to somehow trap the queen? Okay, I'm glad that we got this f3. I was worried about the queen. I'm happy that we can always drop back to c5 now in the worst case.
Yes. No more queen trap. Knight to f4 again. 50 seconds for Hans right now. Knight to d7. Okay, but I have another pony. I have another pony that I can go to e5 with.
Yeah, knight d3 looks like a natural move.
h4,
What do you do
perhaps
if black
queen
goes
c5,
f6?
also a very good move.
C5, man.
Yeah, he's just looking for a long grind. Knight to e6, sure, but you're going to have to suffer in that position. f5, okay. I can still go knight d3, knight d5. Now there's no more f6. That knight on e5 is going to live there forever.
I almost feel bad for the bishop on b7. That bishop hasn't moved. It's not doing anything except for defending the pawn on c6. I'm surprised Hikaru hasn't played yet. Because knight d3 looks like such a natural move.
I think he's considering h4 and trying to figure things out after knight to e6, but that's just a check, not much more than that. e4! Whoa, that's a huge decision. Huge decision. I'm trying to understand why. I think he's trying to put pressure on his opponent's clock also.
I'm surprised, I have to say, because e4 feels like we could have done that in the future.
At least your next move is a guarantee. Now you basically, Hikaru for sure has pre-moved f takes e4.
And Hans, I guess you should take on e4, right?
You probably have to. If you don't, I go e5, and that's another spear in your position. Take, rook to e5.
And the knight will probably go via e6 to c5.
That's right.
That bishop is still not moving.
King f2, king e3 first, just to secure everything on dark squares. I can take this pawn on e4 at any moment I want. King f2, great move by Hikaru.
Hans down to 5 seconds again.
King e3.
You know,
keep
it
going.
wasn't the computer's top choice, but I also really, really like this for white. Unless Hans can somehow activate the bishop.
One thing I have to give Hans in this one is he's been playing really good moves with very little time on the clock, at least for a portion of it. At some point, sure, you know, the pressure is going to get to him, but he's finding some really good moves with very little time on his clock. Yes, king d4, nice. Bishop to e4, and now double up on the 7. Knight to e6 also is an idea. Rook c7. I like it. I like it.
And suddenly all those points. a6, we hadn't talked about that weakness yet.
Oh, let's go.
but-
Let's go. Knight e6. Rook e6. Okay, that's an option.
Once a6 falls, the white 8 pawn is just gonna be another problem for black to deal with. I don't think Hans, with seconds on the clock, is going to be able to hold on to this one.
Knight h3 is also an opportunity. Target the g5 pawn.
There's so
h6
many
doesn't
good
work.
moves. It's almost like I think Hikaru is spending so much time because too many good
g4,
options.
knight g5. Oh, knight f4 maybe. This one is looking juicy. Knight to f4 back. Now just pick up the pawn. Pick up the pawn. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Take. You can take on d5 as well.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice.
Oh, that
fork.
was nice. Boom.
Finally, we are on the good side of the fork tactics. Hikaru opens up a 3-point lead, 5-2, and we're back once again to this debate. That was really a positional masterclass by Hikaru.
Really nice game. Really, really nice game. Yeah, and that puts him at 3 points in the lead, which is a pretty significant margin.
And winning all his white games, 4 white games, 4 wins, is an impressive stat.
Yes, he's been dominating with the white pieces. Absolutely ruthless in those long, grindy positions, long, grindy middle games.
And now, well, this time it's a little bit different. Hikaru playing with an early f6.
Knight to f1. Yes, he's showing Hans a lot of angles, and he's asking all of these questions. Hey, what about if I put my pawn on f6? What about if I put my pawn on c6? I know all of these things. I have the experience to back it up. Do you know how to deal with this? And it's so difficult to answer all of these questions in real time. Every single game, a new question is being asked of you. And if you don't respond precisely, your opponent takes advantage of it. So that's what Hikaru is doing to Hans right now.
He really is, but Hans, he is looking to fight back here, h4. And the computers like his position. I mean, what is there not to like, right? White has more control in the center, the white pieces look better, and it looks like maybe we have a little something. Will we see knight h4 at some point? Knight h4, knight f5 maybe?
Probably. One thing about Hans that Hikaru cannot do is he cannot relax. Because we've seen Hans fight back. That's another thing that he does quite well. He fights back. So do not allow him back in this match. Do not give him a single inch. And that's what more or less Magnus did yesterday.
If we
He
keep
relaxed.
winning every white game,
that's pretty good. That's a
should do
pretty
the
good way to
job.
do it. Yes, I really don't like whenever this pawn lands on h6. It just feels like the king is so weak.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru has to play g6 here. I mean, surely you cannot allow white to take on g7 or take on h6 yourself.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit
G6.
worried that he's thinking. What is he thinking about?
I'm not sure he has to play g6, right? He's not actually considering taking, right? Or maybe g5, is that what he's considering? g5, bishop takes, queen g5. Now there's a mate, there's another mate on f6, and maybe you can defend with knight g8. What's happening? What is Hikaru doing? He's looking at something.
This could be what he's looking at. It looks so dangerous, though.
Oh.
I mean, even knight f5 there in that
G5,
line after
whoa!
knight g8. And
My
knight
goodness.
g6.
This looks so dangerous. I think Hikaru is maybe enjoying himself too much with this one, because
Take on d5, open the bishop from c2.
yeah, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Maybe you can start. I think this is what he wants. So queen f6, king g8, and if you take on d5 now, maybe whoa, that's good. That's good news. Yes, maybe bishop takes.
This game.
Okay, this is some crazy stuff happening right now. Bishop takes d5. If you take on g6, I have rook d6. Quite important. I think that's a good idea.
So bishop takes. The only move for Hikaru to stay in the game.
Yeah, not easy to understand why. For example, something that he should not miss is if he goes queen f7, h7 is a big problem. Because after knight takes h7, I can simply take the bishop. If you take with the queen, I can take the bishop. And if you take with the king, I can give you a check first. You go back and then I take the bishop on e6. So queen e7 is a very easy miss to miss h7. Hopefully he's not going to fall for that.
Hikaru down
Bishop
on
takes
time
d5.
in this
Good
one,
move.
but he finds bishop d5.
Good move. Now you can safely go queen f7.
So what is the material?
I'm a
How
piece
is
up.
it even suddenly?
I'm a piece up for a lot of pawns. 3 pawns, that is. No, this is the trend is definitely in Hikaru's favor. It was dangerous for a little while.
Yeah, knight g6 looked flashy and it looked dangerous, but it wasn't the best. So Hikaru has done very well to take the sting out of that. I think Hans is probably gonna try and keep the queens on.
Yes.
Queen g5.
Queen g5, rook d6 perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook to e8 to try to exchange the rooks. Exchange a pair of rooks. Yeah, I think Hans is going to go for queen g5. I agree. I agree with you. I think he needs to keep the queens on the board if he wants this attack to continue.
Maybe taking is fine, but I think he will.
He's
He
going to go
would
for queen
want
g5,
it.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
And queen g5 also, you have ideas of knight f5 after that. You're setting up this this pin.
Or even knight h5, knight f6.
Yep.
A lot of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I definitely tend to agree with you on this one. I think queen g5 will be on the
In
board
fact, I'm
soon.
shocked that he hasn't played yet. To me, queen g5 here looks like a completely natural move.
Yeah, queen g5, he played it. Knight e6. Okay. And now, still, Hans is going to start calculating rook takes e6. Does rook takes e6 work? Take, and bishop takes g6.
It looks
King
so
h8.
scary.
It looks extremely scary, yes. But king h8, maybe, just maybe, I'm alive.
He
e6,
goes
let's
for
see.
it.
Queen e6 has to come. Bishop e6, bishop takes g6. You're losing. Yes. And now very important is to start with bishop to f5 first. He found it. That's a really good move.
I think
That's a
Hans
really
is
good
very
move.
good. You know, you have to give him credit in these sharp positions. I mean, he seems very tactically alert.
Yes, yes, he is. Yes, he is. But still, this is not over. Like, how do you do it? For example, knight f5, queen e6. Where's your next move?
Yeah, it seems like it's a very narrow path.
Queen f8. Now I
Okay.
can go rook to the e1.
Rook e1 looks like a natural move.
I don't have the setup stopping you from taking full control of the
I still
of the
don't
e5.
see. I mean, rook e1 is +5, right? All the other moves are just a tiny advantage, but rook e1 and then what?
That's a good question. Knight e7. Wait a minute. So your idea is very obvious right now. First of all, queen to e5, right? That's a big problem. And that's a good thing because you're forced to go rook d6. There's no other defense. You have to set up the defense with queen f6. Bishop b8 was not good. Oh, he found it. He found it. Yeah, that's
Queen
good.
f6, a stunning move, giving up the queen to force checkmate. And credit where credit is due. This was a nice game by Hans, who takes it back
Yes.
within a 2-point margin.
Yes. Yes.
Hikaru, we see a little bit of frustration. He was so close to being back in the game. That move you were talking about, rook d6.
Rook
It wouldn't have
d6.
been easy. I think the white attack continues. But yeah, I think that's what Hikaru is unhappy about. He must realize that maybe there were ways, you know, to fight. But anyway, we have the white pieces. We have been unstoppable. He's won all his games with white.
And this is the last game of 5+1.
This, unless we get another very short one, this should be the last game. And Hans, I mean, really, if you're Hans, I think after 4 losses, you start feeling that pressure of like, okay, I have to stop the bleeding.
I have to
with
find a
black.
different way, and he's going for a completely different approach with this e5 and bishop f5 instead of the b6 ideas that we were seeing him engaged in.
Yeah, that bishop didn't have too happy a life on b7 in the past, so let's see if this works out better for him.
Yeah.
We are in for another very maneuvering game again this queen f1 maneuver. But here, I mean, you can't go bishop h3, at least not at the moment. So what is queen f1?
Try to
Yeah,
stop
it's
bishop h3.
just stopping bishop h3 from black.
Yes, and maybe getting off this e file for the simple fact that at some point I'm going to go d4, try to open things up in the center, and when you take back, I can take back with the e pawn without having to worry about my queen. These are the ideas in the position right now.
What about the ideas for black?
Good question. Good question. Maybe bishop e6 and try to go for f5, but these are not. That's the thing. Hikaru has been striving to get this type of positions because this is where Hans spends a lot of time, and the plans are not easy. They're not straightforward. You just have to more or less play, but every single move, every single direction you decide on taking, well, that's going to lead to something that perhaps you might not want, and especially if you spend a lot of time. And this is what we've been seeing be the case in most of the games when Hikaru was white. They get down to the last few seconds, and then it's Hikaru who's taking over.
And just like that, Hikaru is once again back with a bigger. I mean, I looked away for 1 second. And the position turned into something very, very favorable. The square you're highlighting as c5 will be a very nice square for the knight.
And he's going for it.
Knight heading over there.
He's going for it. Yeah, he could have done it with the other knight, but you know, the result is most likely going to be very similar. First of all, now I can pick up the bishop.
Yeah, and suddenly, well, the queen on f1 is supporting that h3 push.
Yep. Knight b6 first. Okay. He's just going to take the pawn. He's going to take the pawn. He's going to take on d5. The question is, you go queen d8, knight d5, knight takes d5. You take on d5, I take on b4. You go e4, is that it? Bishop a3 is what he wants. What? Okay. Maybe not something that I'm very happy with, actually.
I mean,
But
those
now you
black
can...
pawns on the queen side suddenly look quite scary.
I'm a bit worried about those pawns. Yes, yes. I'm a bit worried about those pawns. An interesting idea right now that you have, but you really need to very well calculate it, is what happens if I go rook b1, you take my rook. I take on b7, still attacking your knight with my queen. You go back with the knight to c2, and then I take on f7. I have a lot of pawns, and your knight is a bit off play.
That must be what Hikaru is calculating. Surely,
It's
no,
what?
it goes e6.
d6.
So he's opening up the bishop from g2.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, d6. Not a big fan of this one. But easier said than done on how to punish it. Bishop c8. Okay, this might be a step in the right direction for us. But he needs to find this idea.
But now, is it still possible? Yeah, you'll...
I
if the knight takes
think
a1,
so.
you'll play bishop takes b7, or...
I think so. So a rook eb1, knight takes a1, and bishop takes b7. But it's very important, because if you don't find this...
I mean, especially Hikaru, you know, he was in the spot once. Very often, you know, we've seen it time and time again. When the player doesn't spot an idea the first time, it's very rare that they spot it the second time around. And now we are facing those pawns, which, I'm not gonna lie, are looking scary. They will be supported by the bishop pair. We'll have to strap in here to save this one.
Yeah, this one didn't go as planned. He needs to find a way back. He needs to find a way back. It's not going to be easy, because you are facing the music on the queen side with these two pawns, extremely powerful pawns. But he needs to go for it. He needs to find a way, and he needs to. The problem is the clock situation. Right now, down a minute on the clock. We need We need a save. It's important we
Yeah.
get a save in this one.
Hikaru understands that he has gone wrong here. He's clearly not happy. Black is going to take on d6. Okay, at least we get opposite colored bishops, which, you know, is something. We take it. Queen a5 was
Queen
a nice
a5 probably
option.
was the best missed, but still, look, the opposite color bishops. There are some tendencies. There are some equality tendencies, especially with a weak king on h7. Queen to d1, good move. Try to go to b3. Try to go on the c file as well. If I manage to get my rook on, let's go queen a4. I like that move. Queen b3. Okay, that's fine as well. And now it's important to take the c file. Rook to c1 is important.
And what do you do? Rook c1 if I go, let's say, queen e8? Do you play bishop e1 to stop a4? Or?
That's a very good question. Rook c1, queen e8. You're trying to go queen to c4. I think rook to a1 was the answer to your question in the previous one. But rook a1, e4 was a big problem. So I don't know. It's a tough position. It truly is a tough position right now, for the simple fact that you also don't have the squares for the rook on this diagonal. Yeah, this is a steep mountain to climb right now. Queen b5. Now you can take and try to go bishop to d1. Okay.
The problem, as you
e7.
said, though, Hikaru is down to 30 seconds now, which, when you're on the defending side...
Yes, but this last move really is a big change. Really was a big change. Because I have a plan.
Hikaru can get the rook in, yeah, then
Things are looking good, right? Yeah. That's the thing. And I have a feeling he might have missed this. b3, rook c1. Wait a minute.
Okay, we're back.
I'm telling you, this is actually not that easy.
So back.
Now you can just take in rook b1. That should be a fairly easy draw. Yes. Yeah, this is a huge save.
Yeah.
If he manages to save this one, huge save.
And officially, this is the last game of the 5+1. The timer is out. And Hikaru has weathered the storm. I think the time situation is no longer a problem here. Now, suddenly, of course, the opposite color bishops, you know.
Still not over yet, but it's looking really good. Yeah. Still not over yet. There are still some pitfalls falling. Like, for example, bishop c4, rook c3. I will have ideas of e4. But it does seem like Hikaru knows how to handle it right now. And in fact, I think this one more or less forces. Wait a minute.
Still not over.
Not over at all. Not over at all. Yeah, actually, this one is not looking good at all. Bishop takes f2, bishop g1 might be a huge problem.
e4 was a good move as well, giving the king a square to escape via e5. Bishop g1 and
finishes the game.
See how we stop.
Yeah, and Hans takes this one, and now the match is very close. This was an important win for Hans. Not a good one, because Hikaru was getting very close to equalizing completely. But right now, he needs to continue. And this is a bad result for a simple fact that you've played with the white pieces. You've had the pressure with the white pieces throughout the match. And right now, it seems like there's the trend is shifting. Nevertheless, Hikaru has 15 minutes break. Clear his mind.
It's also annoying that it happens before the break, right? We talked about it. Ideally, you want to go into a break with a good feeling. But we are still in the lead, 5-4, the score in Hikaru's favor. There will be a 15-minute break now, and then the players will return for 1 hour of 3+1 blitz. We are gonna go on a break as well. Guys, don't go anywhere. This is a close match. Plenty more action in store for you. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. It's the match for the third place in the SCC. We can see Hikaru and Hans, they are ready to continue. Christian, we saw a very close 5+1 portion.
Absolutely, but as the time gets shorter, I feel like that should help Hikaru. Obviously, we know how good he is in short time controls. 3+1 is his bread and butter. So is 1+1. So definitely the next portions should favor Hikaru as well. The momentum for the moment is with Hans. He won 2 in a row. So Hikaru needs to stop that. That's the first course of action. After that, you can focus on taking the lead and trying to take this match.
I'm curious, do you think Hikaru might switch up his black openings? Could he steer away from 1e5?
That's a good question. That's a very good question, because those were some quite uncomfortable positions that he was experiencing in this knight e7, knight g6. And once you get that negative experience under your belt, everything seems much more heavy whenever you're under pressure. And that's exactly what we've seen yesterday from him against Ali Reza as well. I think we're going to see some changes.
I think we're gonna find out any moment now. No.
There you go. That's the big
yeah,
change.
Actually,
we
yes,
have the
there
Berlin.
is a big change.
Berlin it is. Yes, we're going to see something much more sensible, I would say, in the opening phase from Hikaru. And Hikaru is a Berlin player. He's played it all his life. Definitely something that... And look, think about the positions and the type of games that he was getting out of the Italian. He was getting very slow-paced games in which, in fact, he was able, generally, to outplay his opponent, Hans. That's what he's going to be looking for in this one as well.
Yeah, I think Hans was very dangerous in these positions that we saw where he got a quick kingside attack. He was very sharp with the tactics. So Hikaru says no more of that. White has taken the center, but black is very solid. What do you think?
Absolutely. H3 perhaps. A bit of a slow move. Now, the big question is, can I go knight h5? Generally, if you are able to exchange the dark square bishops and then get the knight to f4, knight h7 is his choice. Bishop to g3. Keeping the bishops on the board. Bishop to f6. I do like this general plan. I'm trying to force you to commit. Whether you commit to taking on e5, whether to pushing a d5, I need a commitment from white right now. Try to understand what my next moves, my next plans are as black.
Hans
Knight
decides
x5.
to capture. Are we going to see a bunch of exchanges here? Will Hans take one more time?
We might see knight x5 once again. I do think that he needs to keep some pieces on the board, perhaps. Knight x5. Now I have the option of taking on a4 first, and I think he should take this option. He decides not to. This is also extremely, extremely safe.
And
I
now
feel this
Hans
position
can
is safe.
decide. Does he want to take on d7? He does.
Knight
The
f8.
knight, yeah, on h7 needs to come back into the game ASAP.
Exactly. Yes. The bishop on f6 kind of cancels the bishop on g3. They're both pretty bad. But the knight on h7 is much worse than the knight on c4. So this is the battle that Hikaru needs to balance right now. He needs to get his knight into play.
Okay, so Hikaru is thinking here. I always need a moment myself to adjust. This is no longer 5+1, 3+1. It's a whole different animal. The time is ticking down so much faster. If you're white, do you want to keep the queens on, or do you just want to say, look, if you want to take, I'm happy with that, but I'm not going to take you?
I think that's exactly what he's doing. What he's trying to do is basically keep the queen. Wait. Keep the queen on a d5. For a second, I thought that he can take on b7, but that pawn is not allowed to be touched because of queen takes c4. Knight to a5. How do you... I don't think you want to go b6. Rook to b8. Good move by Hikaru. Very good defensive move. Because if you go b6, allowing me to go knight c6, that would be a very unpleasant position at that point. So not creating those weaknesses by pushing the pawn was essential. And he played rook to b8.
And now suddenly it's not clear what is the knight doing on a5. So Hans decides to, in the end, capture on e6 himself. And the knight, I guess, is going to come back to c4. Or where do you think it's going to go?
b6. Now the knight comes back to c4. Rook to e8 or knight to g6 are both possible options. He's deciding to keep the knight on f8 so that it guards the d7 entry square. And perhaps this is what Hikaru wants. At the same time, knight g6 makes a lot of sense. Rook d7, going to be met by rook c6. I'm defending the pawn on c7. Everything is protected. I think Hikaru more or less equalized.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a very even position. The question is, will Hans be able? I mean, we haven't seen a game, where Hans really outmaneuvered Hikaru. I think this is more Hikaru's strong point, is especially in this match against Hans. So I like it. We still need to coordinate the pieces a little bit. That rook from c6 isn't doing much. That will have to come back into the game at some point. Will we try to exchange the rooks here?
I would love to exchange rooks. Look, the more pieces I'm exchanging, the better it is for me. Now, bishop g5, h4, bishop f2. You want to exchange the knights. The knights is the big problem in the position. How do you do that? With knight e7, but right now knight e7 is not possible. I don't know about knight f4. I'm feeling the game is shifting a little bit. g6, very good move. Knight takes h4, perhaps is going to be met. Well, it actually doesn't have to be met with anything. It's just a simple fact that the knight on h4 is kind of out of play.
It will take a long time to get that knight back into the game. So Hans decides not to take. The knight is probably going to jump. Oh, I thought into d5. He goes another direction into g4.
Rook
but
d5.
he is putting some pressure.
Yep.
Hikaru is in a purely defensive position right now. What's f4?
f4 you cannot take with the pawn because you lose the bishop on d5. If you take it with the bishop, bishop takes h4, but it's not easy to spot, and he didn't spot it. Maybe he's gonna miss it.
We'll see if my theory holds true, that usually if you don't spot it once.
Let's hope it does, and it does.
It does hold true.
It does indeed. I'm still not very happy with the pawn structure right now, but look, this is going to be a scramble. And the good news is that Hikaru is up on time. Hikaru is up on time.
Hikaru's looking for some exchanges here.
King g7, get out. Yes. Knight d7, you're allowing. Knight d7, f. Rook takes a6, f5 probably is his idea. Not really sure why. f5, take. If you don't take, I take on e4, knight c5. Knight to f2 also protects on e4 as well. This is a pawn down right now. It's not an easy position, but there are some counter chances. Rook to d7. Get on the d file. Yes. This one is starting to look good.
White can never play rook d2 because knight f1 would be a deadly fork.
Oof.
So not easy to get out of this.
I might as well take a pawn. Take on e4.
This is looking very good now. Hounds
Go
down
back.
to 2 seconds.
Push the pawn. I like it. Yeah, this one is looking really good. Take on d1 and start
how
pushing.
He turned this one around again.
Check.
And that pawn is just gonna run. Knight g3 is a threat. Hans resigned.
Oh,
lost on
no,
time.
he lost on time. He lost on time. Huge win.
Wow. I mean, the position was probably gone anyway, but this is a very, very important win with the black pieces. To take a 2-point lead again. Hans will be kicking himself. He knows he had won a clean pawn, but then he was just too... It's what you said, I think he cannot afford to get down 2 seconds when Hikaru still has a minute on the clock. So Hans, I'm sure, will be thinking, okay, I need to speed up. We're back in these double fianchetto type of position. I think, again, Hikaru is happy, a maneuvering game. It's already... we've barely started and it's already looking very good.
Absolutely. And the head bobbing is back as well. So that's good news.
I think this last win was really very important for Hikaru to get the first win in this portion, get off to a good start.
Yep.
And look at the speed. He hasn't spent any time yet.
Yep. Rook e8, rook ad1 perhaps, try to go queen f1. He already knows his plans.
95.
Whoa. Bishop takes g2, knight takes d7, and then knight takes f6. I can get the knight back.
95 wins
95 is a pawn. He's looking at the crowd. He's just about to play it.
He's gonna play it.
He's looking at the crowd. He's eyeing the crowd. And knight takes e5 is on the board. And right now, Hans understands what he had just done.
Always, if you're watching this at home, always keep an eye out for these unprotected pieces. That bishop on b7. Always be very careful when there's a bishop on g2 looking down at that unprotected piece.
Yep. Create this nice triangle shield. c4, d3, e4. He decides against it. He decides to go with knight a4. But still, this is Hikaru's game right now. Pawn to the good, and there's absolutely no compensation for Hans.
This is looking very good. I guess he's gonna take on g7, bring the knight back to c3. And the only thing, we just need to watch out a little bit for the light squares around the king. But as long as we keep an eye on that, life is good.
Life is absolutely good right now. Absolutely. Queen to b2. Let's exchange the queens as well while we're at it.
That would be very nice.
Rook to e5. But now e4 followed by knight to d5 might be problematic for Hans. Rook to h5. Hans is obviously looking for something. The problem is rook h5, rook e3. And then if you move the king, I have a feeling this bishop is going to get trapped. I'm just simply going to go knight a4, propose the queen trade, and if you do trade the queens, then your bishop is going to be stuck. I think right now Hikaru is in the driver's seat. Look at the clock as well.
Up a pawn, up a minute on the clock. Life is good. Yeah, Hans has a lot of problems along the long diagonal. He of course doesn't want the queens to come off. He's down the pawn, so he's looking for ways to create something on the king side, but it's not easy. As you mentioned, the bishop on f3 could become a problem if that bishop, you know, loses its retreating square. So he steps one piece of the diagonal, the long diagonal. But rook e3.
Let's go rook e3. Rook e3, you cannot move the bishop because of f4. That's a fork.
What do you actually do after rook e3? You have
not
to
sure.
go queen h5.
h5, but then knight d5 followed by... Ooh, what? Why was that needed? I understand, it's still good. Knight d2 is coming. You're still very much in the driver's seat, but Hikaru is laughing. He's smiling.
Well, life is good for Hikaru right now. You're up 2 points in the match. You're up a pawn. You're up so much time on the clock.
He's smiling. He's smiling. He's taking a sip
The
of water.
jacket has come off as well during the break.
30 seconds right now for Hans. Yes, definitely he's feeling good about his chances. The only way... Ooh, I'm not sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. No, but you can come back. Queen g5, and again, it's all about knight to d2. Fine as well.
The queens are off. This is now a technical endgame.
This is what he wanted.
There is no way Hikaru doesn't convert this.
I tend to agree. Yes, yes. I mean, look, it's a pawn up. At some point, you're going to go rook d1 followed by d4, open things up, or rook to b1 followed by b4. I'm expecting a5. Yep, a5 from Hans, rook to d1. Rook to e2, maybe bishop. King to f3, do not allow f5. That's the main idea. And now you can go d4. Rook e3. Knight d5, next move.
And that knight is never leaving that beautiful square unless you want to give up your bishop for it. Hikaru is looking to play h3, kick the bishop out.
He's also playing extremely fast. By the way, it's maybe time to go e5. He says no, it's not time yet.
Not yet. Oh, he wants g4, I guess.
Yes.
A lot of maneuvering here. But we're ready, I think, for g4 now.
f5, okay. At some point, I do like to put the knight on d5. Again, Hans is playing with fire. He has 1 second. Go g4. I mean, he's playing with 1 second on the clock. This is
incredible.
Some crazy
I would
stuff
have flagged a
happening right
million
now.
times by now.
By the way, now it's time to think. Because if taking on f5 was working, and I'm not really sure why he didn't go for it. e5.
Oh, e5?
Let's go. Yeah. e5 is winning. f5 is also winning, by the way.
Winning, yeah.
But you do have to contend with the fact that, okay, taking is good also. King f4. You cover every check with rook f5. e5. Time to open things up.
Time to end this one.
Yeah, open things up. Check, followed by a rook takes d6. That seems pretty convincing. That's another pawn to the good.
And those rooks, they are shielding the king from all sides. The pawn is only 2 squares away from queening now.
Not really sure what. I feel he's stepping in the wrong direction. Yes, very well played. Very well played. Very well
E6?
played. Let's just cover up all the entries with rook e6, rook f6. Rook f6. King f4 is also good. And now...
I mean, those 2 passed pawns.
now it's over. Now it's
just too
actually
much.
over, yes. There's no way. King d5, king c6, king invades. That's game over.
Very nice win. We go up 3 points. That is the biggest lead, I believe. Maybe at the beginning.
We've
Maybe
had
in the
3.
beginning
We've
we were
had
up
3. Yes, we've had 3 before, but right now
And
again...
look at Hans. Switch it up completely. He moves to 1d4.
Yeah, yeah. And no, but think about it this way. This is what exactly the first order of business. We've said it from the beginning of the 3+1 portion. Hikaru lost 2 games in a row in the last couple of 5+1 games. He needed the momentum back. He got it.
He certainly got it back. I mean, so far Hikaru on a perfect score in this 3+1. A few of our viewers had predicted the shorter time controls would favor Hikaru, and so far they are absolutely correct.
By the way, it was bishop takes d6 followed by queen b6. Oh no, knight to c8 defends both. Yes. Yeah, a complete switch of switch of style from Hans. Going from e4, he didn't like the Berlin. He didn't get the type of position that he wanted out of the Berlin, even though I do think that he had some pressure in that endgame. But once again, he didn't like the result.
Yeah.
He lost that game. He felt that Hikaru kind of adjusted well, knew how to defend against the pressure, and he didn't want to go for that again. So right now, we're seeing complete change of tune with d4.
It's also a psychological win, right? When you're playing and you force your opponent to keep switching it up, you understand, okay, this is a psychological win. I am forcing my opponent. He doesn't like what he's getting. And yeah, Hans has just mixed it up from the Italian to the Ruy Lopez, now to d4.
Absolutely, very good point.
Let's see if we can somehow take him down here. What's gonna happen next?
Yeah, this is a big one. Look, I have to say, it does seem like there's some pressure on the queen side. The potential b takes c6, that's going to lead to a weakened pawn structure for black. Rook to c8 right now, c5 is on the cards. So Hans has to take on c6. Rook takes c6, and now knight to b5. One thing that I've noticed, for the moment at least, is that Hikaru does seem to get very good time situations in this one. In the 3+1 portion so far, he has been up on time for the majority of the games. And it's huge. That's huge.
That is huge. I also think, you know, the fact that he was able to immediately switch gears, speed up for the 3+1, it's a great sign. It's also a sign of great confidence. This time around, times are more even. The position is also fairly even, not too much action here. If you're Hikaru, I guess that knight on e7 is one of the pieces which could be improved. Long term, maybe by f5, d6, and on to c4, yeah?
Absolutely. Or to b4, as we are just seeing right now, because Hans decided to take on c6 and give me this opportunity, give Hikaru this opportunity with knight takes c6. Right now, Hikaru a bit down on time, but they're kind of similar. Only less than 10 seconds separates the two.
It's tough for Hans to make something happen here. Okay, he has a target now on e4.
Queen c2 is a very difficult move to make, by the way, just to enter. Yeah, rook to c1, now knight b4.
b4, yeah.
Now it's time to get the knight to b4.
Oh, and here, I mean, Hikaru shouldn't be in any danger. If anything, I think Hans is the one who maybe has to watch out a
Completely
little
agree.
bit.
And by the way, there's a perpetual immediately in the cards with queen d1, queen h5. That's why Hans plays queen to d2. But now maybe I can start poking. Queen e6, queen b3. Sides against that with
You are poking. Hikaru is bobbing. He's really feeling the music right now.
is, by the way, this is somewhat of a repetition. Queen d7, knight b5, queen g4, if you want.
I'm curious, with times even, I mean, not much life in the position. We haven't really seen. We saw a repetition very early in the match where Hikaru thought about it for a long time.
But maybe you can keep the game going, right? With queen c6. I mean,
think,
why
you know,
not?
the momentum is on his side. Why not?
Why not? He says no. Okay, queen g4. Let's see what you want, Hans. And Hans says, I want to play.
Okay. But how does he want to play? Because as soon as the white queen leaves the first rank, Hikaru has always that draw you pointed out. Queen d1, queen h5.
Queen
So I'm
d7.
not sure.
Queen d7 was his choice. Now this arrests the knight on b5 because you cannot move it. You're going to lose the pawn on a4. You attack my pawn with queen b1 or queen c2. I go back. Knight b6.
Okay, offering up the pawn on e4 if Hans wants it for the pawn on a4. I don't think Hans should go for that trade.
That's an interesting change by Hikaru. Big moment right now. How do you continue this one? Queen to b3. I'm expecting queen c6, but queen c6 is going to be queen d5.
But takes knight d6.
B6, knight d4, f5, and then I'm going to go, and then I'm going to go knight c3. But then after the knight lands on c4, yes. So take knight d2, knight c3, knight c4, knight takes a4, and now my pawns are not mobile. Is the problem? Who's getting his king first? Big question. Big question and big moment right now. Knight c4, knight takes a4, and now the king comes. Yep.
I'm
Get the
shocked
king
the
in. Get the
computer
king in.
still thinks white.
King e6 might not have been, because you had the option of relieving this knight of his duties with knight
Now
c3, knight
e4 is
d5.
coming.
Ouch. This might actually just be losing. You cannot go b5. This is a huge problem right now. You're kind of in a Zuzwang situation.
Yeah, this one, I mean, it's a good lesson for me. This one I had written it off as, you know, at least we can never lose is what I was thinking.
It's a similar position to Hikaru's game against Ali Reza yesterday, in which he was on the better side of this type of endgame. Right now, obviously, not looking great. Still, there's very little time on the clock. So who knows? Maybe we'll see some surprises. Knight
Knights
hg3.
are tricky pieces. Hans
got the pawn
hasn't
back.
been able yet to get the pawns moving, but I guess d5 is coming, no?
And he doesn't have a lot of time. King d6.
But the knight is trapped.
I'm gonna go to look. I have nothing else to do, but go to h1. But yeah, that traps it. Yeah.
Okay, Hans is gonna get one.
Whoa! Wait, Fiona, wait.
I spoke too soon again.
b3 followed by king e4. Yes, he saved
What
it.
a save!
He saved it. I cannot believe
Hans
this.
is gonna be disgusted.
Oh no! King c3. He didn't save it. Oh, he did.
What the
Get
hell?
out of here. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Get out of here.
What the heck just happened?
I have no idea. Everybody's smiling. Hikaru is smiling. Hans, I'm not sure if he's smiling, but
No, I don't think. I think he is face palming. He's in shock. Psychologically, this is a big win. It might
Yes.
be a draw on paper, but psychologically,
That feels like a win.
it's a win.
That feels like a win. Yes. That feels like a win because he was completely lost.
I love to see Hikaru vibing. He's actually like singing.
Yeah. 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 Okay. So slow things down. It feels like they're almost playing like they're in the 1+1 portion.
I know. I
that's-
mean, I was still looking at, at the player cameras. And then I look over and it's like, wow, what's going on here?
But maybe they shouldn't slow down. Maybe that's exactly what they need to do. Just keep the momentum.
This, by the way, it could very well be the last game before the half-hour break. The half mark break
Of the
3+1.
3+1. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right.
What do you think of what we've gotten out of the opening here?
Strange position. Strange position. Obviously, black seems to be having the better structure just because of this d4 pawn, but white has potential. I can go f4. I can follow that up with e5. What? No. Take f4. Sorry, what? I mean, g5 is the only move. Otherwise, you just lose the pawn. You lose the pawn, or you lose, somehow you're going to lose that bishop. g4, f5 is coming in the position also. So I think d3 was unconceivable.
This is the second time I think that Hans, we saw that one game where he allowed b4. It's the third time actually. One was when he allowed b4. The second was not that long ago when he hung the bishop on b7 when he lost the pawn on e5. So I think he's not very alert to these little, middle game tactical shots. Like when it gets down to the wire, when he's the one with the attack, he's very sharp, but on the defending side, I feel he's missed quite a bit.
Yes, you're spot on that one, Fiona. Absolutely, that's how I'm feeling as well. And right now, he's making some mistakes, some early mistakes, which we haven't seen as much from Hans. This is an indication that perhaps he is starting to feel the pressure right now with the clock ticking down, with the score piling up. He is on the defensive and he doesn't like it.
Yeah, he's down 3 points. I mean, surely he can't be banking on the bullet to make up a deficit. I'm sure he's confident in his bullet skills, but
bullet against Hikaru.
Yeah, no player has ever thought, oh, well, my match strategy against Hikaru is, crush him in the bullet.
Right. Catch up like a 3-point, 5-point differential, whatever is going to be, who knows, in the bullet portion. That's usually where Hikaru strives to be in. And he's not even upset if he's going to be a couple of points down. Obviously, I'm not talking about the match, but he's always feeling like he has the upper hand in the bullets portion and he's going to be able to mount a deficit if necessary or keep building up on the already positive score, which seems to be the case right now.
And Hikaru is handling, well, I was gonna say he's handling this one well. Hans gets the rook into d2 though, which is always a little bit annoying.
Yes. But look at it this way. You can take the pawn. But then my knight is coming to d6.
We're also up a minute on the clock.
That's
so
the big
Hikaru
one.
continues playing very, very fast.
Hey, I might as well defend that pawn, right? I don't want
why
to lose
not?
that pawn. Let's just go a4. Hikaru says no. h6, okay. h4, h6. Look, this is the double-edged sword. It looks good. You are up a pawn. You are controlling everything. But there's some potential problems in the position. For example, this knight, I don't like this move h5 for the simple fact that you are allowing me to get this knight to g5 under the right conditions. And this might be a very unpleasant square to deal with. Nevertheless,
I think we're very happy to see Hans take on f5.
Very happy. Very happy indeed. Take, king f8.
Oh god.
I think he just missed that.
Blundered. Yeah.
I think he just missed that. Yeah, he just missed f6. He just missed f6. He just missed knight x6, excuse me.
Yeah, the knight on g5 is doing a great job protecting the f7 square.
And now you have to be careful. Now
Yeah.
you're actually on the defensive. Okay, go rook to f2. Do not allow another loss of a pawn. And just play that position. Yeah, Hikaru, and you can see it, he's not happy. This is not unusual miss that we see from Hikaru. Let's go b4, bishop to e8.
Yeah, this should be a draw, but you are the one defending. I mean, white can never really approach that pawn on h6 is on a dark square. The bishop will never be able to attack it, so...
Yeah,
the
allowing
onus on
c5,
Hikaru.
allowing c5 I don't think was the right decision. Right now this is a very, very difficult defense. Bishop d3, knight f5, knight e6. Again, it's all about the clock.
Yeah, he's
It's all
got
about the
it now.
clock. Yeah, knight g7 attacking the pawn, but also now you're getting this entry square on a d4. Yeah, this one is not looking great.
But okay, we swindled the last game.
Swindled a
Can
few.
we do it again?
Swindled a few. Okay, wait. That h6 pawn.
Wait.
That h6 pawn, you're going to... Ooh. Oh, No, this is losing now. King g6. King g5, king g6 doesn't really matter. The h pawn is
Just
absolutely
not king
unstoppable.
g7.
He's not going to play king g7. No chance.
How does he do it? Unbelievable.
King g6, it's over. Hans is absolutely
He's
flabbergasted
gonna be on
right now.
such tilt after this. I mean, Hikaru won a pawn in the opening. Life was looking good. Suddenly he was lost. And now
Absolutely flabbergasted.
I mean, this one I don't know. Is this so easy?
Wait. Did he just play king f5? No. King b3.
But I don't know. I
With
mean,
2 seconds. I mean, I have a feeling this has... Queen b1. Let's go. Right?
yeah.
What? King b2. I mean, somehow there has to be a way. Why not? What am I missing? Why not queen to b1?
I honestly have no idea.
Why is queen to b1 not being played? Queen b1 and then that just stops a2. King e4. Get the king closer. Yes. I think this is winning now. King d3. Yes.
And that's it, no?
That might be it.
Oh my god, what a game.
And Hikaru takes a 4-point lead. Huge. Absolutely
What a
huge.
game we've just seen. That one is going to tilt Hans with a short break now to come.
That's the
in
break.
The 3
That's
plus
the break
1.
right now.
What an insane game we just saw.
Hikaru is cruising. Hikaru is cruising right now in the 3+1 portion. He's feeling good. He's gaining the upper hand on the clock, and he's definitely turning up these positions, right? That wasn't happening yesterday. Alireza was absolutely clinical. Hans is not.
We now only have 1 hour left in this match. Half an hour of the 3+1 and half an hour of bullet. Things are looking very, very good. Let's not, write it off too soon. But guys, we are also gonna go on a short break. We'll be back in just a sec with the remainder of the 3+1 portion. We'll see you then.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to this big match between Hikaru and Hans. And Hikaru has taken a commanding lead in the 3+1. He's up 3.5. He's up 4 points in the match. Christian, life is looking good.
Absolutely. And again, it was all about the momentum. Right now, the momentum favors Hikaru. You can sense it from the body language of the players as well. Hikaru was smiling towards the end. Hans looks frustrated right now. And Hikaru, once again, opens up with the Berlin. He understood what he has to do. No more knight g7, knight g6. And he mentioned it in his interview yesterday as well. He was missing the critical points in the opening phase, and he was getting bad positions. We've seen that against Hans as well. Change the tune and play a more solid Berlin. Why not? Put the onus on your opponent. Try to get the advantage with the white pieces. Do not give it to him early on.
Speaking of getting the edge with the white pieces, Hans surely will consider this very close to a must-win game already, just to, get back on the score. And he's still looking for his first win in the 3+1. If you're giving Hikaru more and more confidence, the bullet could be a brutal, brutal half hour. Um, but once again, I like the position Hans has gotten out of the opening, but the last couple of games, he just wasn't able to hold his nerve in those final moments. I mean, those were two winning positions.
Yes.
One Hikaru escaped with a draw, and the other he even won. So um, I'm not too worried, to see Hikaru in a difficult position again.
And he played it very quickly, right? So he definitely feels like this is the way he should be playing the position. Forget about the bar. Forget about that the bar is saying almost a +1 advantage. Is not that easy. It's one of those very complicated middle game maneuvering positions in which you make a slight inaccuracy and you lose your whole advantage. And that's what Hikaru is banking on. He's saying, look, this is a 3-minute game. You're not going to be able to find the most precise moves, right? You don't have time to think about it. So let's just play it. Let's just gain the advantage on the clock and take it from there. C5, very good move right now for Hikaru.
Very nice move, as Hans is trying to do what he's done best in this match, that is to get some kind of attack going on the king side. And look at that, he's just ignoring everything on the queen side. He's like, okay, let me point my pieces towards the black king. But how are you gonna I mean, this G6 formation is quite solid. How do you continue the attack as well? Is there even an attack?
Something along the lines of rook e3, rook f3, and sacrifice something. Maybe even rook to e3 and sacrifice with knight to f5, bishop to c2. Now you have to get this other knight to f8. It's very crucial that you do that fast, because if you don't, then you're in trouble. Again, rook to e3 followed by knight to f5. The piece sacrifice, and after g takes f5, rook to g3 swings against the king, and then you're going to get checkmated by force. To stop that, what you have to do is get this knight to f8, and that's exactly what Hikaru is getting ready for.
Yeah, and we see Hans makes a retreating move, never a move you want to make, but as the attack wasn't leading anywhere, that queen probably will have to come back at some point. Does Hikaru continue playing on the queen side? Or, okay, he offers a queen trade.
Perhaps the best move, by the way, this knight to f3 to get back to d2. Now, it's not a move you want to make when you've invested already 2 minutes off your clock to try to get the advantage and try to get the mating attack going. And now you're down to your last minute and you have to retreat. Psychologically, that's not a good look.
Okay, the knights are still jumping. Where are they heading to?
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably towards the sacrifice, towards a seppuku type of situation. You're going to go knight to f5, give one of the knights away, and then try to get a mating attack via rook to e3, rook to g3, in cooperation with the queen and the knight on f5. Still a lot to be played for, and some attacking capabilities right now are seemingly possible for white.
Yeah, one thing that Hikaru has done well once again is he's playing fast. He's getting ready for that bullet segment. And still, there are still some questions to answer. So Hikaru is investing some time here. How do we defend against the coming onslaught?
A rook to d8. Well, let's see. And d5, closing shop, but giving a crucial square on c5. Not only that I'm going to have my eyes on knight b3, knight d3 if the bishop moves away, but also I'm nicely protecting the bishop on b7. Rook to e8 is his decision. He's going for f4. How do you stop f4? A knight to h7. I like that move. Now if you go f4, I take, and then g5. Maybe.
Very nice. So
Queen
that
to
is
e3.
tricky. I mean, you're white, you want to play f4, but you can't get it in. I have no idea how Hans is going to handle this. I think this one, the tide might be turning. If Hikaru can keep his edge on the clock.
And that's a big if, right? Because right now they're kind of getting close to each other on the clock. But again, we've seen it time and time again. Whenever they're getting down to the last 20, 10, 5 seconds on the clock, that's when Hikaru shines.
Time is evening up though. Queen G7.
At some point, Hans will have to go f4. If you go and commit the rook on the a file, then I just simply go with knight to c5. And bishop to c8, you have to defend the b5 pawn. There's no other way around it. Bishop to d7, and rook to c8 is coming next. Knight to f6, defend the bishop on d7. Once again, rook to c8, queen to f8, queen to d8 is coming next.
Such a masterclass in how to place your pieces. I mean, every time, you know, white creates a threat and you have a response ready. I am taking note. I'm trying anyway. And
Let's go rook to
will
c8.
we see the tide turn here?
I think so. I think so, because if your attack does not succeed, then I will get the initiative on the queen side. I am the one that has more space on the queen side, and I have the presence given by the knight on c5 as well. So queen to b6. Whoa! Missed that one. Missed that one. Okay, that was a slight miss. Knight fd7. Still not over yet. Still plenty of compensation. Wait. I'm not a big fan of this. I'm not a big fan of this, but still the game is not over. b4 is coming, taking on c3 and rook to b2.
Hans is down to 5 seconds, just saying.
96. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a piece. Or is it?
Or is it? What is?
Or is
happening
it?
here?
What?
The moves are coming in too fast for me
Oh my
again.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Take on f4 and give the piece back. Rook d7, g5 to try to go king g6, 96 once again. Oh my goodness. 5 seconds for Hans. He needs to find a way. Rook to d4, d7. I'll give you that. And now my pawn is going.
Hikaru is just gonna win again, isn't he? He's gonna find a way.
It's looking good.
Oh, mate. Okay, no, now this should be a draw.
This should be a draw. It's a pawn up, but this is a technical draw. Nevertheless, Hans has 3 seconds. So, and look, Hikaru might as well milk the clock right now. This is one of those situations where he's going to play 100 moves. And get the rook to g3. Okay, maybe not 100 moves. It does seem like...
Hans, to his credit, found, I think, the cleanest way to make sure, you know, Hikaru... Oh, did he?
Still not over.
It's
Still not over.
No.
Still not over, I'm telling you. This... Yeah, now it's looking like he's getting close. Rook a7. But you can easily flag.
Yeah, Hans hasn't been able... I thought he might be able to build up some time on the clock. That hasn't happened. Okay. I don't think Hans...
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! That's a loss. That's a loss. E2.
I was just gonna say, I don't think Hans can lose this one. Everything is losable when you're playing against Hikaru. And
Oh
Hans
my
is actually,
goodness.
he's in shock. He's kind of laughing, but I think it's a shock laugh.
Absolute shock, absolute madness.
Oh my
Seems
goodness.
right
a
now in
5-point
Paris,
lead
France.
now.
This is tilt at its peak, and right now... Oh, did you see that glance? Did you see that glance from Hikaru? He was like, do you feel what I'm feeling? Do you feel what I'm feeling? This is going my way right now.
This is the smell of victory. Can you smell it in the air? Yeah. Right now, the head bobbing is coming. Hey, kid. Look, you still have a ways to go. You might have the time on your side. You might have the age on your side. But you still have a ways to go. 4.5 in the 3+1. This has been an absolutely dominating display. I mean, the games were crazy. Don't ask us about the games. There were many games where everything could have happened, but Hans just hasn't been able to hold his nerve in those crucial final moments. He still has had that problem of falling too far behind on the clock, and Hikaru has just punished him every time.
By the way, look at this last move. G4 arresting the knight on a G7. Right now, how are you going to get the knight back into play? And the answer to that is, well, you give it to me. You tell me what's the answer to that, Fiona, because I don't know it.
Do you have an easier,
An easier question.
maybe?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. I really like the way Hikaru is playing this one. By the way, after the move h5, once the h file opens up, king to g2 is coming, rook to h1 is coming, and you're going to have to face the music on the h file as well.
Yeah, another unpleasant position for Hans. Also here, what do you do? Maybe you have to take that knight? Well, I was just gonna say you don't really want to. Hans decides not to take it, but that's not gonna make his problems any less.
No, probably we're going to see some rook to d8, but rook to d8, bishop to f4, and once again, how do you defend this very unpleasant diagonal attack with the bishop coming to f4? I don't think the answer is trivial at all, in fact. Bishop to f4, you're probably going to have to go back to a d8, but that's just such a passive position. You just simply don't have any improving moves after that. Queen takes a2, I'm sure Hans is probably going to accept the sacrifice.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you have a bad position, you might as well, right? Grab the pawn. Hope for the best.
Yeah, and he goes for it. Now, let's see what Hikaru's idea was. Queen to
He's
f4.
forcing Hans to take on e5, right? The bishop cannot move or f7 will hang. What is Hans thinking about? What?
Sorry, what? Hikaru is like, what?
But the rook is hanging on d1.
That's right. Hikaru is like, what in the world? Queen takes f6, queen takes d1, king g2. I'm threatening to take on f7. I'm threatening to go bishop h6. That's the big problem.
Bishop h6 is so nice.
And you take on g4, I just take back. My knight is protecting that pawn. It's not like you're getting anywhere. This is just game over, GG.
That was such a nice shot by Hikaru. Queen f6. Seeing that he can just give the rook. Hans resigns.
A resignation.
6-point lead. Here we go.
Is that a 6-point lead?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And Hikaru, he is feeling good right now.
That is a lot. Yeah. That's a lot.
What
And
to
right
say,
now,
I mean, such a dominating display in the 3+1.
you know what it was? It's this change from that 97 IG6 opening to the very solid Berlin. That was giving Hans a lot of confidence and a lot of good energy because he was able to put the pressure. And sometimes he was able to get the full point. He was not able to do so in the more quiet games, the Berlin type of games. That's exactly what we're seeing right now.
And that's the mark of a great champion like Hikaru. You know, he sensed, okay, this isn't going well. He made an adjustment. And as you're saying, this adjustment had a huge impact on the match.
Yes. Right now, keep the edge. It's not over yet. The match is not over yet. You understand that you're in a great position, no doubt about it, but you have to put the finishing touches. Do not allow your opponent to get even a hint of counterplay and of good energy.
Hans once again has gotten a good position out of the opening, but he must be feeling, you know, the ghost of all those previous. He very often, to his credit, got good positions with the white pieces, but he just wasn't able to capitalize on them.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what's been happening. D5, great timing from Hikaru. D5 is a very good move and perhaps a needed move in that position. Take on D5. If you take on D4, I take on E4, and that's a double attack, so you cannot do that. Take on D5 back. I'm not really sure what Hikaru is thinking, perhaps thinking about taking on D4. Yeah, this one is actually looking very decent right now for Hikaru. There are some good moves for white, but those good moves are extremely difficult to find. Queen c3, maybe queen to c1. Rook to c1 is a very natural move, but queen f7, I don't think black has any problems
Such a
anymore.
weird pawn structure, that little cube in the center. Who's gonna be the first to break it?
Yes, now let's play with the colors a little bit.
Maybe one pawn, every pawn a different color. Let's see if you know your colors. Where's the red?
Where's the red? Give me the red.
Just with the mouse, I think.
Oh, yes.
And now the green.
There we go. And now the blue. And now the... Okay. We've been having too much fun because Hans is
Hans
thinking.
spent a long time on that move,
Yes, yes, yes,
giving you the time to show off the color skills.
yes.
Hey,
I'm
and Hikaru
practicing.
breaks the cube.
He takes in the center. Okay, 95 now. Mhm. Take on d4. A knight takes g2. Big opportunity, perhaps missed. Okay, okay. Let's go back to c2. Probably the best idea for Hans. Queen to f5 is an option as well. Try to exchange the queens. Perhaps this is what he's thinking about.
I have no idea why knight g2 was good, by the way.
Knight g2, and my guess is something along the lines
knight
of
h4.
queen takes f2, in fact.
Mhm.
Yes, knight h4 and queen takes h2. I think this is
Very
what was
nice.
happening.
Aurora, that is correct. I think everyone is very happy right now. I mean, life is good, right? It's such a huge lead in the match.
Yes.
I don't see Hans coming back in the bullet. I mean, the bullet is Hikaru's, you know,
Bread and butter.
it really is.
95. Let's get the queen to f2, maybe even. Try to do some shenanigans on the second rank. And more importantly, get one of the knights to d3. One of the ponies need to land on this beautiful, juicy square. He's starting with knight b4. Queen to... where do you put the queen, by the way?
Queen e2 is what Hans goes for.
Yep,
There
he's-
comes the other pony.
He's going to d3. You have to whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. That's a double attack. Attack on the bishop and attack on the mate. And he
And
finds
he
it.
spots it.
This is over. Game over. Next. Next.
He's making it look easy right now.
And he resigns. 7 points lead.
Hikaru, I think he's trying to control his emotions a little bit, but for someone was, you know, when the chat was saying everyone is happy, I think all of us are very happy, but Hikaru is surely the happiest of all of us right now.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
What do we have left? Under 10 minutes, so probably three more games of 3+1. Not enough for an adoption, sadly. We'll get our chance in bullet.
But you can definitely count. You can extend it through the portions, right?
No,
you
it
can
has to
extend...
be the same time control.
Is that in the official adoption rules or?
Exactly.
Okay.
Has to be the same time control and the same session. The same session, I mean, it would be the same session, but correct me, mods, if I'm wrong, but I think the adoption rules stipulate it has to be the same time control.
Okay, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. You see, I'm learning.
Yeah,
a new
you need
thing
to
every
brush
day.
up on your adoption regulations.
Yes, yes. Queen to a1 is coming. Rook to d1 is coming. Yes, yes. Or rook to c1. I really like this setup of these pieces that were shifted on the queen side. Nicely done. Queen to d7, and at the right moment. Hikaru is entering the matrix right now. What is he doing?
I'm sorry, I'm sidetracked
Is-
by Hikaru's
Is,
camera.
is Hikaru
It's
entering the
very
matrix?
arty. He's, you know, he's too good. He's melting away. That fan needs to be that fan needs to be cranked up. Our streamer is melting.
Interesting. Interesting. He's too fast. You know how Neo in the Matrix is starting to like do all of these things, and he gets like super fast, and
I
the
have an
agents cannot see him
admission.
anymore.
I have a confession to make.
No,
I've
no,
never
please don't tell
seen
me
The
you've never-
Matrix.
Goodness, Fiona. You shouldn't have said that.
I'm so sorry.
You shouldn't have said. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I know.
I'm done. I'm done.
Sorry, Chad. Sorry, Christian.
I've lost my train of thought. I've lost everything now.
If you don't show up tomorrow, I'll know why. You'll be like, have you watched The Matrix last night? No, well then, not coming.
Okay, the queen is coming. By the way, the position is looking very nice right now. Just the type of position that you would enjoy having in any time format because there's no counterplay for black. Simply no counterplay from black.
What are we? So 6-point lead,
Isn't it 7?
isn't it? Oh, it is. I was looking at the screen.
I
Is
think
that
it's
not
7. It's not today, baby girl Bailey. It's not today. I have 1 hour until I have to catch my flight tomorrow.
Fiona needs to stop touching grass and watch
Okay.
The Matrix. I will. I have seen Forrest Gump, that was asked, but I haven't seen Interstellar either. Sorry.
we
Chad.
have a new Hikaru.
Oh. He's back.
But he's back now. Cameras are back. The tension was melting the cameras, but right now he's back, and right now he has the lead and the better position, the much easier position to play. And to be honest, he's vibing right now.
What do? You take on E8?
Taking queen to c7 is a big question whether you have d4. If you don't have d4, then my position is dominating. If you do have d4, perhaps you can escape. Queen to queen c3. Okay. But now queen d8 followed by d4 might.
D4 immediately. Probably a good idea.
A lot of changes, but now I can defend everything with knight e2. The g2 square is protected. b4, why not? I mean, I'm still just a pawn up. I'm a pawn up and I don't actually see the full compensation. Queen to c7.
Okay, what if black takes on b3? You take on b6?
Yes.
Bori is saying Christian looks like he likes Netflix and series. I don't know what the look is for liking Netflix and series, but is it true?
No, I actually don't watch TV almost at all. The only time I've watched any TV for the most part was during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic. Like I was binge watching.
You just not enjoy it much, or you're too busy?
I would say too busy, and if I do have some time towards the night, I prefer like being on Twitter and getting
Reading about chess.
Usually getting
Following the
enraged.
latest drama.
Yes, Reddit, Twitter, whatever,
What do you follow on Twitter apart from chess?
A lot of very bad things.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's
whatever
get back to the game.
whatever the algorithm basically gives me, whatever
I have also been
AI
sent
gives me.
down so many rabbit holes. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Hans, with good defense, can probably hold this. It's just one pawn now, and for
guess he
once,
can,
Hikaru is the one
yes.
who's down on time.
Bishop a4, good move, I like that. Because now knight e7 is coming, knight f8, so you have to be careful. I like this. Wait. Bishop d7, bishop e6.
Okay.
I'm not sure you're getting back in time. Bishop e6, I'm forcing the trade of the bishops, and then I go back to f8. And I don't think your king... If your king would be on g7, you would be perfectly fine, but the king is not on g7.
He strikes again.
Yeah, I
Knight
truly think that
f8.
knight f8 is just winning.
H6 and the king comes.
Not sure about. Wait a minute. Is this winning? Maybe not. Maybe that endgame is actually not winning. That's kind of crazy.
That's probably what Hikaru is calculating. He
Yeah, that was
decides it
actually not
wasn't
winning.
winning. Yeah.
That was not winning. It's a huge surprise that that is not winning. So one thing that Hans managed to do and to take as a positive from yesterday's match was the fact that he was able to get some points back in the last few games. Will it be the same today, or will Hikaru try to pump up the score as much as
I
possible?
think he'll pump it up.
Pump it
Don't
up.
you know? Pump it
pump
up.
it up.
You got to
Yeah.
pump it up.
Yes. Now it's looking good. Knight f2. Get the knight to f2. Get the king on f3. And knight d1, knight d3 is coming as well.
I
That's a
think he'll
pre-move.
Just again.
g4. Get the king up. You can give a check. Okay.
I mean, I'm
okay.
just in awe, to be honest. Like every time. It's not over yet, but I just. I think it's too tricky to defend against the two pawns.
I think this should be over. Now my king goes in. No, the king doesn't go in. Okay. He's trying to go towards e4. That makes a lot of sense. Knight f5, and you cannot actually take that. Yep. Keep going. King e6. Whenever you go knight f5, first of all, I give you a check on e5, and second, I go h7 as well.
Yeah, there's no moves.
F5.
Now the other pawn is coming.
f6. Oh, knight f6. That's it. That's it. That's an 8-point lead.
8-point lead.
And
This
there's still
is
one more game.
still one final game.
One
That is
final
5
game.
wins in a row. By the way, so in this segment, we've won on. It's so many wins. I'm struggling.
8
7.5
games.
half in the 3+1. I mean, this is a demolition job.
Absolutely. And it just goes to show that experience does matter, because again, after the 5+1, despite the fact that Hikaru was up 1 point, the momentum was shifting towards Hans. He won the last 2 5+1 games. He wasn't able to maintain that momentum. Hikaru kind of erased those bad emotions out of his mind in the 15-minute break that he had in between portions, and managed to come back in incredible shape. And right now, he's just putting the beautiful finishing touches on this match.
And Hikaru, he's feeling confident. Look at him go on the king side.
Oh yes. Look, you have to turn up the hit. Whenever your opponent is struggling, the best way to get more is to turn up the hit. Do not let go of the initiative. Do not let go of the pressure.
This is, by the way, officially the last game of the 3+1 segment. Yeah, I don't even know what to say any longer. I think Hans will need this break just to cool off, lick his wounds, and I think any dreams or hopes of a comeback are not very realistic at this point. Even if he wins this one, it will still be a 7-point deficit.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this one.
I think
this one
Hans
is
just
looking done.
needs to, try and almost consider it as a standalone friendly bullet match. Try to do his best, because right now he is getting killed. As somebody said in the chat, it was such a funny comment. Let me just find it. The French Revolution had less blood.
Yeah.
I mean, what is going on? This is very messy.
Very messy, and perhaps looking good for Hans right now, but it's one of those very double-edged positions because, look, I understand I weakened my pawn structure by overextending on the king side, maybe even some weak dark squares on this side, but at the same time, your bishop pawn g3 is kind of dead. If I will be able to exchange, maybe go bishop b6, go long castle, then I feel like my position is starting to have some life once again. So despite the fact that objectively I think white is better, there are still positives that Hikaru might cling on to.
On a different note completely, I see King Caleb in the chat was just saying Kramnik tactics incoming, whatever that means. Maybe it means some complaints, but what is Hans gonna complain about? If there is an issue, I think it will be a real technical issue. You know, there is no, the match has been lopsided. But I'm curious what Kramnik is gonna be up to on Twitter, because he was predicting a close match here.
He was. Right now, it's not looking like a close match. Look, he got one back. Hans got one back. Now it's only a 7-point differential. And that was the last one. And now we're entering the bullet portion.
The players get a 15-minute break. I think Hans, you know, he didn't even look happy after that win because he took so many losses in this 3+1. So half an hour of bullet awaits. I think Hikaru, as we said, he's ready to pump it up. This is yesterday, guys. There was only a 10-minute break at this juncture. Today it's a slightly longer one. I'm excited for the bullet. I think we've seen some amazing chess from Hikaru today. He's been playing well. He's been confident. He's been calm. So I'm very much looking forward to
Absolutely. Me too, Fiona, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes. See you guys soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of this match between Hikaru and Hans. We are about to see half an hour of bullet, and Christian, Hikaru goes into it with a commanding 7-point lead.
Absolutely, and he's completely locked in. I was watching him throughout the break. He did not leave his seat, perhaps for the first few minutes, but he came back shortly after, and he was doing puzzle rush. He wanted to stay in shape, and that's exactly what we're seeing. A locked-in Hikaru is a dangerous Hikaru, especially in the bullet portion.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here. Hikaru had a dominating 3+1 segment. He only lost the last game where he got a bit too ambitious, but he is in the zone. He is ready, and they should start any second. The timer has been set.
Right now, both of these players are waiting. I have a feeling Hikaru is eagerly waiting to start this 1+1. He knows, look, this is a 7-point deficit. If Hans doesn't win pretty much, I mean, all of his games mathematically is going to be extremely difficult to come back. So Hikaru knows exactly what he has to do. He's 99% having this match in the bag. He knows that. And right now he's just trying to put the finishing touches. Once again, Hikaru has been at the top for so long. He knows how to crush his opponents, and that's what he's going to try to do.
He switches it up here with an early c4. That one bishop is still on b2, but the other one is looking down towards h7. Hikaru has the bishop here, but Hans has those pawns on the queen side. What do you make of this?
Yep, it's a battle between the two pawns coming down the queen side, and of course a combination between the knight potentially landing on c6. We're not seeing the knight, but right now we're going to see f4 followed by e5 striking the center. How is black going to stop that?
I'm not sure. I don't think you can stop f4. I mean, surely knight h5 isn't a move. So Hans kicks the bishop out. Hikaru quickly drops back, and look at the clock time.
Yup, clock. 55 seconds against 38, and he actually had 1 minute when you mentioned it. Right now, dominating on the clock. Nevertheless, Hans is playing a good game so far.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna ask, how do you decide when it's time to push that pawn? So Hans wins
right about now.
Hikaru gets a dangerous passer on d6.
Knight to d5, queen to d2, I'm guessing wants to be played, but oh my goodness, check this out. Queen d2, unfortunately, c3, queen takes d5, c2 would have been a problem. Leaving the queen on pre, but you cannot take it because you get checkmated on the first rank. So queen a5, nice reaction by Hikaru. That's the best move in the position. Still supporting d7, d8 with a check. d7, c2, this is a battle. Wow, that's like 3 queens on the board so far. Back to 2. Rook to f1, and what is this? What
I mean, how is this winning for black? Black is down a rook.
I'm not sure. Queen g5 to stop you from Going c1. Bishop to g4. I have to stop knight e2. This seems to be like a fairly easy thing to spot. And he does.
And what, h5, bishop f3? Oh, bishop d1 even.
Not really sure what the computer or the engine wants to do in this one.
0-0,
H4?
of course.
Yeah, but don't ask me why. h4, knight to d3. Hikaru has 11 seconds to find something in the position g3 and take. Queen to d4, check. And now another check. Queen to d4, getting ready to go queen to f4. Knight to e5, probably a good move. Bishop to d1. Yep.
Okay, we
Let's
are
go
entering
f4.
that phase when the moves are coming very fast.
King to f2, king to g1 still, knight to c4.
And
now
this is gonna be an unpleasant endgame. At least Hikaru's king is more active, as you are highlighting, but he is down a pawn.
Bishop
Is he gonna be able to produce another miracle here?
I would be impressed if he does. But look, if anybody can do it, it's Hikaru. And right now, to be honest, the pawn structure favors Hikaru, especially after this move a4. What was that a4 move? Are we going to see another big swing?
I am not ruling anything out at this point.
Bishop takes d5. What is this? Take a3. I get it. But h5, king c3. Now just king b6. Yeah, you cannot go king a3 because of king b5. You cannot go king b5 because of king a3. This is just a draw. This is just a draw. We're starting off with a draw.
Peacefully.
if you want to call that peacefully, sure.
Okay, we are back to. I'm always happy. I was hoping to see a draw at some point just so we could get a round score number again. I'm a little, I don't know, I don't like odd numbers. I don't like 0.5, so I'm happy. 13-6. Now no more draws, please.
It's an aesthetically pleasing number.
Exactly.
We got to an aesthetically pleasing number right now.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Now that we have that covered, I think it's time to go back to decisive results.
And
d1,
okay,
h6.
Hans always does this, right? Bringing the knights and then looking for some action on the king's side. We've seen this one before. And again, it is looking good for him.
Yes, b5 and c6. Let's see. Let's see how this one is going to play out. d6. You cannot touch that pawn because of knight to f5. Don't go queen takes d6. Knight to f5 loses the queen. See, ooh, that's a big sacrifice. Big sacrifice by Hans. Perhaps it doesn't work, but you have to prove it. Why doesn't it work? Because you...
Three.
Rook e3. That's a very good question. What after rook e3? Maybe knight takes e4. No, queen to h7 and just hide the king on
my
h8.
God, everything is covered.
Just hide the king on h8. And he finds it. Incredible find.
Now king f7. Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
He's playing the best moves right now. He's absolutely playing the best moves in the position, defending with ease, it feels like.
And Hans is gonna have to feel deflated if even his attacking style isn't working anymore.
Holy
Where
smokes,
is he gonna
that
get
was-
those wins?
That was just an absolutely incredible defense. And he resigned. He was like, yeah, you got that one. I mean, you managed to not get checkmated.
It
in
was
that
very
ridiculous
nice
position.
defensive work from Hikaru.
Wow. Yeah. Speechless after that one, I have to say. Just an
Offering
incredible
up
defense.
a pawn here. What do you think of the sacrifice?
I like it. The bishop is out of play. Knight to c6. Now I can just simply go bishop to a3. I'm not sure about that, but you do have to take. Again, this is bullet chess. You're going to make some mistakes. But you're going to get your chances no matter what. Because it's bullet chess. You don't have time to think. Nobody has time to think. Bishop to e4. Look at the tactics in this position. And how are you going to castle? How exactly are you going to castle? Let's say queen f4, queen h6, queen g7. That's my plan.
It still looks unpleasant for black. I mean, we're now down. Well, it's still 2 pawns, but that black king.
I'm not sure about queen
happy.
g3.
The bishop
I
is
wanted
coming
to...
to g5. Yeah.
Yes, bishop g5, bishop to f6. Maybe some h4 as well. Rook to d1. Try to maybe double up on the d file, and at the right moment, sacrifice on a d7. Bishop f6, defending the pawn on e5. Queen h4, by the way.
Queen h4, yeah.
H5, queen g5. Or queen f4, followed by queen to h6. g5 is an extremely important move, and he finds it. A missed opportunity. You cannot take on g5. I mean, you can,
now
but
suddenly, I mean, these black pawns are looking very, very threatening. The bishop on c6 is a powerful piece.
let's
This
get
one
rook d3
is
in.
not looking good.
Yeah, h3 allows g4. I think this one is going to be going Hans's favor. I don't think there's any defense. But look, Hikaru has somehow he always finds
I
a
know.
defense. I don't know. Maybe
Let's
he's going to
see.
find it once
Okay,
again.
here I also don't believe. Okay, and that's just mate. Oh no, it's not mate yet.
Again, let's not forget, he needs to milk the clock. He needs to not lose quickly. That's kind of the whole point of the game. The main goal is to win the match, and Hikaru knows that. Hikaru is a professional, and he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah,
to
I don't
achieve.
think we'll see a resignation here.
No. No. Look, and why would he, you know? This is bullet. These are the rules of engagement. Might as well.
And he has 30, you know, I think when he's gonna play till mate, basically, and then when it's mate, he still has 30 seconds on the clock that he's gonna let run down.
Precisely. Precisely. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. e5, rook h3, d4, push the king backwards with rook to h2, d3, bishop d5. But, you know, again, Hans is taking his time, and right now Hikaru at... Oh, that's another pawn. And now you can basically... Oh, you're not mated yet, but you have one more move. Yeah, now you wait.
And now we wait.
And he's going to wait the whole time. That's just the way to do it. That's just the way to do it. Milk the clock.
So what is it? We're gonna be back to 7 points. And we've already shaved, I mean, 10 minutes off the clock with only 3 games.
Yes. Yes. There we go. And we restart. And that's another way, by the way, to kind of regain your composure after a bullet match. Reset yourself psychologically as well.
And wait, was this an
Something
Italian
similar.
game? What was it?
It was an
No.
Italian.
Yeah,
yes.
it was. Okay, back to the
Jacobiano.
Italian. Long time no see.
But now knight f6, maybe queen h4 was an option. Bishop to e3, queen d6. Try and transfer knight to f5. I like it. Also solidify with c6. That's a beautiful connect 4. Take, and now get the knight to d5. King h8 first. Knight to d5, king h7. Defend against bishop takes h6. No shenanigans. Knight takes d5. Yes, keep pressure. Knight to g4. Queen h4, right? Yeah.
I like it for Hikaru. Where's that knight? The knight has to drop back.
At some point, oh, okay. Queen e7. I'm trying to take that pawn on e5. You go c4.
How does white hold on to it?
I don't think you can. Bishop d4 is going to be met by c5. Knight to f4. Take. Okay. So right now, Hikaru is enjoying the better side of what could probably be considered equality right now.
He is down a pawn, but he's up a pawn, sorry, is what I'm trying to say. But Hans has that control over the dark squares. I'm surprised he's going for b4. I thought that c pawn was gonna stay blocking the d pawn.
If you want to make a draw, yes. But Hans needs to try to win this. He needs to try to get some victories. If he doesn't get them, then it's going to be very difficult to catch up with Hikaru. I mean, it will be difficult no matter what to catch up with Hikaru right now. But Hans probably recognizes that and understands the fact that if he doesn't go for broke, he's in trouble.
Coming in with the queen, but it's just too little material. I mean, unless he can get strong enough threats against g7 going. What is that?
Not sure. What if I take? Ah, queen to d2. Queen to d2 was the idea. Queen d2, queen takes c3.
And
So,
if pawn takes?
and if pawn takes, I guess queen e7 and then some queen e5 somehow.
Okay, yeah.
But now I can
But
just simply
now
take, I
king
think.
takes?
Yeah, take and I cover with bishop h7.
And
This is
that's it,
over.
huh?
This should be over. I think I can even just pick up the pawn if I want to. But he's going for rook to d1.
I think we'll see a resignation here.
Yep.
No way to avoid the rook trade. We go back to
An 8-point lead.
an 8-point lead. Yeah, I think we missed the last result. So an 8-point lead once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The
so no
opening
problem.
stages, they just fly over my head in bullet. I find it so hard.
I mean, he's up a pawn now. He's up a pawn 93. Attack the bishop on d5. Why not? He says knight f3. I want to go to e5 and I want to open up the bishop. Yeah, knight f3 back. Get the knight to e5. Nope. He says, oh, let's exchange the queens. Why not? Oh, these knights are covering absolutely every single square on the second rank. This is
These
beautifully
knights.
painted. This
Again.
Well timed. Well timed, Fiona. Yes. These knights are coming. A rook to h5, followed by knight to f5. Maybe g3 followed by f4. Whoa. Something tells me that f4. Ooh, that's an even better move. And f4. Domination!
That's that. We need to get the scores updated.
Yep, that's 9 points. That 9 points in the lead right now for Hikaru. I'm keeping track.
How do you do it? Where do you just mentally in that brain?
Yes, yes. I almost felt like you wanted to say in that small brain of yours, Christian.
That beautiful brain.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Fiona. You're very, very nice.
Okay,
Bishop
what's happening in the game?
That's a good question. Rook to d8, knight to d5. The knight is jumping to c3, most likely. b5. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, take on c6, queen b6, but I can just simply take on rook b8. You cannot defend. I can take on e2. Yeah, why didn't he take on e2? Doesn't really
My
matter.
OCD, I don't think I'm actually OCD, but I think it's being triggered again. Hikaru won the last game, right? And he lost the second? We have the results in the wrong order, right?
I
Can we
just
fix that, mods, please?
I just know he's up 9.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling he's going to be up 10.
Yeah,
Up 10 is coming. Up 10, it came.
It's over already.
Up 10.
While I was,
Up 10. Update.
it's going
The
too
update.
fast. I mean, what is happening? Oh, wow. Suddenly. Oh. Is that 3 in a row? Yeah?
Yeah, perhaps it is.
Everything's coming in so fast. Up 10 now. Can Hikaru make this a double-digit win?
Can he make it an adoption?
An adoption, yeah.
Now we're talking.
Actually, there should be enough time.
Yes, yes. Especially at the pace they've been going at.
Okay, what about this one? Hans is going all out on the king side.
G3, followed by bishop to G2, knight to B5, rook to E7 now, knight to D4, knight to C3. He's going for a B4. So I guess what he wants is, yes, when G4 comes, bishop takes, and now knight to C3, try to address this
Fine
bishop.
C5, so impressive.
Yeah, this might actually be adoption. There's a checkmating idea coming, so you have to be careful. You do have to be careful. G3 and queen to F2 is what he's trying to do. Queen
He's
F2.
dangerous in these spots, Hans.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now I can Wait a minute. I can take and then just hide my king to h1. I think that might be it. You get rook g1, but it doesn't really matter. You take on
How
f2,
does
and then I
Hikaru
just
still
go.
have over 40 seconds on the clock? That's plenty of time to figure it out. He goes for d7, but I think it's the same
It's fine.
thing, right?
It's the same thing. It wins as well. And in fact, he went for a d7 because d8, king g7, it's going to trade the queens with
Wow.
queen to d4. I think that's what he wants.
Hans
A
is
very-
looking, but there is nothing there.
Very nice, by the way. And maybe he's not, because he actually gets mated with f2 if he does that.
Watch out for that. But it is
Queen f8.
actually black who's gonna get mated.
Yep, that's mating too. And that's a plus 11.
That is plus 11.
Plus 11.
No, but wait, I think we had one win too many, so it's only 4 in a row. So he needs six more, right? I think for an adoption, which
Yes.
is gonna be challenging. But as you said, at the speed they've been playing, Hans
Yes.
looks a little bit rattled, I have to say.
Well, I mean, I would be rattled too. I don't know who wouldn't be rattled when you lose so many. And obviously, you've been talking. Look, that's the double-edged aspect of talking a lot and talking a lot of trash talk, is that when you lose, you're going to have to take it on the chin, and that's fine. That's part of the game. That's the way it works. It's not a bad thing. It's just the way it happens. And I'm sure he knows how to accept that.
Yeah, we'll see. Will there be another tweet tonight? What will he have to say? I don't think he was expecting to be trashed worse today than yesterday.
No, no, for sure not. For sure not.
Okay, let's see, because yesterday, right, Magnus was up 10 and Hans suddenly out of nowhere won the last 5 bullet games, so let's make sure. But Hikaru seems so, I think Magnus in the end, there were the tech issues, there was this and that. It felt like Magnus lost a little bit. Don't want to take away from Hans, but I don't think we saw the full beast mode Magnus in
No, you're
those
completely
final
right.
minutes.
You're completely right. Yeah, he just relaxed, and for good reason. He was just he knew that the match is over.
But
basically.
Hans, it looks like he does not want to get adopted. That A pawn looking very, very dangerous here.
He's not getting adopted. Yes, it seems like. Actually, wait a minute.
No, not a draw. Wait,
wait.
but this one, no, I think he'll win this one actually.
Who?
Hikaru.
Hikaru. Yeah,
Who else?
I kind of think it's possible. It's not likely. I'm pretty sure this is still very close to. If he goes king c6, I think it's losing. I think king d4 might be the only way.
Oh, they're playing so fast.
Now he's
Knight
lost.
h1, the only.
There's no way he finds knight h1.
No
No way he
way.
finds knight h1.
No way.
No way. He's going, yes, king c6, now d3. No, but not d3. What he had to do was to go king d6, king c7, and block the king. I think he
So
realized.
close.
That was close, yes. Just take on a4. Take on a4, eliminate the pawn. Queen d7. And you can just take on d7 if you really want to. King d6. Maybe not king d6.
If Hans wins the pawn somehow, this game is gonna be a long one. I don't know if I've ever seen queen and knight against queen. It's a very rare guess.
Yes, yes. King c6, by the way. Decides against king c6. I'm not sure why. Kind of like king c6.
Hikaru's probably not unhappy. I mean, this game is shaving off a lot of time off the match clock. We're down to just under 9 minutes left.
Yep.
We might be watching the last 4 or 5 games here. Adoption sadly has been averted.
No adoption. Not
But
today.
we're still up 11 points.
But to be honest, that's about the only positive that Hans can take away from this match up to this point. Yeah, it hasn't looked pretty. And to be honest, in the bullet portion, I'm sure Hans was kind of aware of where he might land. especially if the momentum and the energy is on Hikaru's side. Because when you're feeling good, you're playing good. And when Hikaru is playing good in the portion where he's the most favorite and has the most experience, that's a very different combo that you have to deal with.
For sure. And yeah, he will have to, lick his wounds, go home, continue training. I mean, he's 21 years old. He will be playing in the Speed Chess Championships for years
Absolutely.
to come, but it's been a humbling weekend for sure.
Everybody gets that on occasion, and I'm
That
sure
sweet,
Hans
sweet
will.
humble pie.
Yes, I'm sure Hans will be able to deal with that.
Chat is discussing the bonk cloud. Do you think Hikaru will?
That's a good question, actually. That is a very good question. I don't know if in the heat of the battle he will be thinking about that. Obviously, he's been locked in. We've seen him. He just wants to pump up the score. And perhaps that's what he's focused on. I don't know if we're going to see a bonk cloud. We've seen H3 and A3 from Magnus yesterday in the final moments of the match. We'll
I
see
don't
if
think
Hikaru
we'll
goes for
see
that.
something like that from Hikaru. I think he'll just,
Oof,
take it seriously until the end.
nicely
Very
timed.
nice move.
Nicely timed. Knight to H3 followed by E5, and the position opens up. Your king is going to get busted. Rook to E2, D5, but then I can give you a check. Knight F4.
Oof.
That's a piece.
That is a piece, and that's a resignation.
And I believe
We
that's
are
12.
now up 12.
Up to 12, yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a brutal. Some people might call it brutal.
And Hikaru, I mean, today he's been so impressive throughout, Some games he played brilliantly, and even the games that weren't going well for him, let's face, I mean, he had plenty of bad positions, but the amount of bad positions he either saved or turned around was just through the roof.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So we're into the last 5 minutes of this match. Once again, a wide opening, which is looking good for Hans. I'm a little bit... I don't like it when my opponents have protected past pawns.
But what about this knight on
What
H6?
is this knight doing there?
A sacrifice? Okay. Now that makes a lot of sense. Looks like probably the right approach. Knight D6 might be an idea. The thing is, the knight on B4 is one of those instances where it's a beautiful outpost, but it doesn't really do anything. You need to get it to D4.
And that's what Hikaru does. This is not so clear.
It's not over yet. Not over yet, but it is looking good for Hans.
Yeah.
Take on E4. Okay. Now we're getting some sort of chances. Knight to D2. Knight takes, knight A5. Okay. You cannot go rook to C8 is the thing, because I just simply take on B7 and I cover my rook at the same time. Take, and then take on D6, and he equalized. Out of nowhere, he managed to equalize the position.
You know how I feel, Christian. Happy to see another draw. Get the halves away again.
Yes, that's a very good point. In fact, has he lost a single game in the bullet portion?
One.
He did lose one.
Only one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, rook to C8, by the way. How do you stop me?
Yeah. Hikaru says...
'Cause I'm pushing.
That half point, I wanted to stay. I don't
pushing.
care about decimals. I want to win.
Mm-hmm. And now it's starting to become extremely dangerous. I'll give you a check first. Oh, H5. No way. No. Knight takes E4, perhaps.
How do you save this? I don't know.
Knight E4, knight F6, and I think that's a...
Ah,
Yeah, that's a
perpetual.
difficult position. Typical perpetual position. You cannot go to H8 or
Yeah.
D8 to escape the perpetual, because you're getting mated on D7 or H7 with the rook.
Nice
And-
save.
Yes.
And we have we're probably gonna get 2 more games, I guess. We keep the 12-point lead.
Could
So
just be
I
one
think
more game.
could also be one more.
Could
Uh,
be one.
What this means is that Hikaru's win is gonna be in the double digits. Today was an absolute one-way street demolition job.
Yeah. That's that wasn't close. Let's just put it that way. It was not close.
How do you feel, Christian? Tomorrow at this time, 6 minutes from now, you'll have to leave.
Yes, I think, yeah, right on cue.
Today went exactly no hiccups. I
If we
think
keep it
it was-
smooth tomorrow, that's it.
exactly.
It will be
It's
right
gonna
on
be
cue.
cutting it very close.
Yes. But hopefully I'm going to make it. If
Hopefully
not,
hopefully no extra time.
look, you're going to close the show brilliantly with or
Yes.
without me. So I
I'll
trust
do my best. I'll hold the fort.
you'll
I
hold the
think
fort.
it would be unlucky that it doesn't finish
Okay,
in time. But I expect tomorrow at least to be a lot closer today.
of course. No, 100%. Rook to b1, rook g1 is coming, by the way. Keep an eye out for that. How do you defend? I don't think you do. Yes.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, this is just plus
And that
13.
is 13. Yeah,
And this might be the last one. This should
I
be
don't
the
have
last one.
words anymore.
Yeah. You see a bit of
Hikaru
color.
has 20 points, by the way.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I haven't seen that score flash in a long time. Yeah, 20 points is a lot. That's all I can say.
And this last one, is it gonna be one final swindle from an inferior position?
I'm starting to see some color in Hans's cheeks right now. It must be tough, there's an audience in Paris.
21. Actually, I wasn't up to date yet. 21 points.
Oh, we're at 21. Oh, yeah.
He's been racking up the points too fast in bullet for me to keep up, basically.
What's better than 21? 22.
Anything but a draw.
Anything but a draw. Yes, we have to keep
It
him
is
unhappy.
looking quite drawish though, but if anything, what is... Oh, tactics.
He did
Knight
not
f2 missed
do that.
by Hikaru. But No, can we... Okay,
King on
both
knight
kings
f6
are a
maybe.
little exposed.
Yes. Queen e2, queen c4, good move, I like it. Targeting absolutely everything in the position, queen to b2. Be careful, there's some mates coming along. Take. You take that, I take this. And
Can this... This looks very similar actually to the one we saw with the perpetual.
yes,
But that's not happening here. Okay, Hans should be winning, but...
the a pawn is extremely
Yeah.
powerful, but yes, normally he should be winning because his knight is going to cover up. This is looking very close to winning, but knight takes e3, that's an important pawn. Knight
Okay,
e5,
one
of
thing,
course.
I think Hans is so... I mean, he's played this game so fast. It's at 54 seconds.
Yeah, he wants this match to be over, of course.
The problem is that we're struggling to push our pawn.
Yeah, there was a rook d6 sighting. That would have been a double attack finishing the game. But he did not spot it. Again, the match is over. He knows it. He's just trying to rack up the points. Maybe he's just even going to go king to g4. Just make a draw.
I doubt it.
King g3, maybe rook to c8 at
Hans
some
is
point.
looking for that last consolation win.
Rook to d4. Hikaru doesn't want to give it to him. Okay. You're going towards e5 to exchange the knights. King h5. There's a sighting of king h6. Okay. I'm stopping you.
Makes it so tricky.
Somehow there's always a way that he finds to defend, right?
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Okay,
Mhm.
this should be lost, but
Mm, I'm not sure. So
and
I
just
have a
like that.
feeling. I have a feeling we're back to even. Somehow just get the king to b6 and start harassing the rook. That could be one way to do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
still, of course, Hikaru is the one on the defensive here.
that's kind of crazy that this game is not over yet. It's kind of insane, but now he's back to winning. Hans is back to winning right now. And maybe he's gonna take it.
I mean, those pawns, how do you stop them now?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to take this one. But again, we've talked about the resilience quite a few times. Keep pushing f6, f7. The problem is right now.
Hikaru is not gonna be happy to lose the last game, but 21-9 if he loses this game. I mean, what a massive, massive score.
Yeah, king f5. It's a huge score. It truly is a huge score.
And the white pawns
Maybe okay.
are
5,
running.
f7. Check king d7, and that's it. That's it. That finishes the match.
And
21
what
to
a
9.
match.
Take it away.
Go ahead.
Oh, take it away. It's all yours.
Nah, what an impressive display by Hikaru, winning this match by 12 points, 21-9. Hans only won 2 games in the bullet. He only won 1 in the 3+1. So yeah, I mean, what can you say, Christian? I'm lost for words. This was such an incredible performance by Hikaru.
Bye bye.